Hello, everyone. Good morning. We are here now. Um, Thank you for waiting to see us. Good morning. Let us know where you're chatting in from. Again, if you were here yesterday, I'm sure you already know my name, but I will reintroduce myself. I am Esther Bello, and with me today, I'll be getting some help. My co-moderator is not here yet, but you see her soon. So, if you were here yesterday, you can just type in that you were here, you enjoyed it, and tell us what you enjoyed or what stood out to you most from yesterday. You can use the comment section for that. I'm waiting to see those comments. And if you are just joining in for the first time, this is the Africa Trauma Care Symposium. It's a 2-day event, and we had the first day yesterday with different speakers. So if you're just joining in for the first time, you're welcome, and we're happy to have you here today. It's a gathering of experts, professionals who want to know about trauma or who have contributed to the field of trauma care in Africa. So yesterday we had people from across Nigeria, people from the UK and Ethiopia, different places who have done some trauma work in Africa and are sharing what they're already doing. And we would have more of that today. But before we delve into that, we'll be taking the national anthems of Nigeria, of Ghana, of Ethiopia, and the Black Anthem. So we'll take that now. Just stay tuned and you will see it on your screen.
The screen isn't here.
Okay. Just a minute. Okay, we're having some technical issues, but we're sorting that out now. Okay. Do you see it?
Yeah, I can see.
Do you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay. Um, we're unable to do that right now, so we'll just move on to the next thing. But I'm here to see comments of where people are chatting in from or watching from and telling us if you were here. Hi, Dr. Anna. Thank you. Welcome. Telling us where you're chatting from, telling us if you were here yesterday, what stood out the most to you from yesterday. Okay. While we're waiting for that, I'm going to take you through a very short exercise. So if you are somewhere that you can partake, please, I would like to see your participation in the comments, whether you're on Facebook, here on StreamYard or on YouTube. Welcome to everyone. I see your comments where you're chatting in from. So, a very short exercise. I'd like you to take a few seconds to stop whatever it is you are doing other than watching me at the moment and just give me few seconds of your time to do this short exercise. Okay, I'm assuming that you're with me now. So I would like you to just take a moment and close your eyes. That's why I asked you to stop doing whatever it is you're doing and just close your eyes for a few seconds. I'm assuming you're doing that right now, but you can hear me. So if you can hear me with your eyes closed, some people are still typing, so it shows that their eyes are not closed. Okay. So, but try this. Close your eyes for a few seconds and imagine your happy place. That place that if you go to, you feel comfortable, peaceful, happy, all the right emotions. Just imagine it. And imagine yourself being there for the next 10 seconds. Okay, I'll give you 5 seconds more. Okay, you can open your eyes. Now, I want you to tell me in the chat where you went and how you felt. Where did you go? Where was your happy place in your mind? And how did you feel being there for the last 15 seconds? I'm looking forward to reading your responses. I'm waiting. Still waiting. Oh, someone went to Rome. Wow. How did you feel being in Rome? At peace. Okay. Wow. Nice. Thank you all for sharing. A beach in Hawaii, Victoria Falls. Very peaceful. Thank you all. I want to see more comments. It's good to see that people practice this exercise. This is a trauma care symposium, and these are some of the ways we can ground ourselves and just bring ourselves back when we are dealing with unwanted emotions. Someone went to Saudi. Wow. Wow. That's interesting. I wish you could highlight this comment so you can see people's peaceful places and happy places. Thank you all for participating. Wow, Dr. Merino went to Zanzibar. Okay, nice, nice. Thank you all for sharing. So we move on to the next thing on our agenda, and I'll be bringing up Dr. Merino to interact with you all and just have some time with you. Okay.
Am I out?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm just so excited to be here. Again, day number 2. Yes, 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 yes. Day number 2. If you were here yesterday and you had a good time, just put yes, 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 or yes in the chat box. Yes, 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 yes. It was good. I was here. If that was you, put it on in the chat box so that we can see who was here yesterday with us, and that you came back again today. So welcome. I'm going to do, yeah, I see some yes, yes is excellent. Woo! I was so blessed yesterday myself. I was excited about it. All those speakers, they were dynamic. We were here. We had fun. We learned a lot of things. And once again, day 2 is going to be another extraordinary event today, because we know that trauma care is human care, and family care, community care, and nation care. So I'm welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, I just want to say that I acknowledge all the respected delegates and the participants from Nigeria, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, United Kingdom, United States, and other distinguished nations who are represented here today. As we embark on day 2 of the Africa Trauma Care Symposium, I trust that yesterday's session has ignited a renewed passion in our shared visions. We reconvene today with the continued mission of addressing the salient issues of emotional and psychological trauma in our vast and diverse continent, Africa. It is rich in culture, in traditions, but we also face our own shared challenges in mental health and emotional well-being. Now, mental health is not isolated. Mental wellness impacts every areas of our lives. It impacts socially, financially, relationally. It impacts everything that we do. That is why this is so important. At the heart of this challenge is the often overlooked trauma resulting from varied adversities like conflicts and loss and abuse. Just living sometimes in chaotic or challenging environments can cause these traumas. JARS Institute remains steadfast in its belief that mental health care should not only be a priority, but also accessible to all who need it. Our collective efforts, spearheaded by those of us here, have seen notable advancements, from strategic collaborations with different stakeholders in different countries, where Ethiopia, Ghana, and here now in Nigeria. So I want to thank you for your participations. I want to thank you for your intentions to make sure that this thing called mental illness is eradicated, and this thing called mental wellness is expanded. Through these conferences, we are forging paths never before treaded on this continent. We're bringing all of us together. Our aim has always been to empower a diverse group, from professionals and family members to religious leaders and advocates, utilizing our trauma wellness programs. Our call to action remains robust. Advocate continuously, dismantle the barriers of stigma, and contribute meaningfully to the existing body of literature, all the while viewing it through the unique African perspective. We must delve deeper and ask better questions. How have our people found healing for generations? What are intrinsic practices that had sustained us over the millennia? This is not new to us, people. Our ancestors knew how to heal themselves. We need to begin to go back to those and see, what is it that worked thousands of years ago? You see, another way to describe trauma is to call it suffering. That's all it is. In the Yoruba language, the suffering is termed iya. Iya spans a spectrum. It can be as trivial as missing your bus and needing to walk home on an empty stomach, or getting stuck in traffic on the streets of Lagos for 8 hours, or it could also be as egregious as the tragic loss of innocent students in a senseless act of violence, or it could be the murder of 1 million people, over 1 million people in Tigray in Ethiopia. Suffering is a shared human experience. It touches each of us in varying degrees, and we are all impacted by the sufferings of others. That's what makes us human beings. Yet we persist and we endure. Surviving is a testament to our inner strength. Surviving is the job of your reptilian brain, but it's only the beginning. The journey progresses when we discover portals of healing. We're not just meant to survive. We need to discover those portals of healing, moments when burdens lighten and we can breathe more freely. You can, woosah. Such moments mark the start of genuine healing, ushering in lives brimming with hope and limitless possibilities. With the insights and knowledge we're going to gather from this place today, we aspire to see our continent not just survive, but truly thrive. As we delve deeper into today's sessions, we will be privy to enlightening conversations, impactful presentations from across the globe. Our shared goal from across the continents. Our shared goal remains clear to cultivate an Africa where emotional and psychological trauma is universally acknowledged and addressed. I'd like to take a moment to express my profound gratitude to my esteemed colleagues who are here engaging and across this continent as we chart the course for a more compassionate and resilient Africa. Your contributions are invaluable. Use the chat box, talk to us, listen, pull up a chair, and don't be distracted. Welcome to another fruitful day of discussions and participation at the African Trauma Care Symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's always good to hear you share with us from your heart. And we move on to the next on our agenda. We have lots of delectable people here to speak to you about trauma and the work they're doing. And to start us off will be Dr. Tolu Ajamale. But to introduce him, I'll be bringing up Mrs. Adebimpe Oshinuga to read his bio and then bring him up.
All right. I was told you guys can't hear me. Can you hear me now? If you can hear me, just let me see a yes, yes in the comments if you can hear me. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, someone said it's still not audible and someone says they can hear me. All right, good. Dr. Tolu Ajomale, our very next speaker, serves as a public health programs coordinator, administrator, and physician for the Lagos State government. He earned his medical degree in 2010 and went further to get his MSc in International Health Management from the Imperial College London. He also received training from the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine and the Harvard School of Public Health with insights into healthcare practices, policies, and programs in developing countries. Tolu Ajomale designs and implements public health strategies and interventions targeted at addressing current gaps and challenges in effective and efficient service delivery. Ajamale is efficient in project management and has helped in implementing several programs since he joined the Special Projects Unit of the Lagos State Ministry of Health. Please welcome with me to the African Trauma Care Symposium stage the head of the Lagos Mental Health and Development Desk, Dr. Tolu Ajomale.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here today. So I'll just take a few minutes to talk very quickly around the subject. I'll just put up my screen and share my presentation in a moment. All right, great. Okay, fantastic. I think we can also see my screen now. All right, so today we're going to be talking very quickly around trauma-informed policies, programs, and mental health legislation in African countries, particularly focusing on strengthening mental health support across the continent. At its core, we know that trauma speaks around experiences that overwhelm an individual's capacity to cope, leave lasting imprints on their emotional, psychological, and even physical well-being. And we see this happen all the time when people experience different kinds of trauma. Whether we're talking about traumatic incidents from conflicts or societal upheavals or personal experiences, the ripple effects shape societies, especially when left under-addressed. In Africa, we know we have a very rich tapestry of culture and history and experiences, but we also have a very rich history of a lot of traumatic events that have happened in the past and currently as well. We're talking about things from colonialism to civil wars to post-conflict societies. So the continent itself has seen challenges that have inevitably shaped its mental health landscape. And yet, there is resilience, adaptability, and a communal spirit that can guide our path forward. But we also know that some of the things that have impacted this is also our cultural interpretations of mental health. Sometimes when people try to describe mental health, we've often found in societies, in our communities, that their understanding of the concept is very different. And for most people, when you talk about mental health, the first thing you're thinking about is psychosis. And in the African continent, especially with the influence of entertainment, TV, music, radio, the stories that are sometimes being told are very different from what mental health really is. And that kind of feeds into the stigma that we often see and also helps to restrict the conversations, prevent a lot of people from getting the courage to come forward and seek help, and also understand what they're also struggling with. And of course, we know that globally, we're living in a very trying time, socioeconomically, and a lot of people are struggling at this time in their homes and in their workplaces. I think one of the things that probably brought this forward even more was during the COVID outbreak in 2020 that extended into 2021 and of course into the first parts of 2022 as well in some countries. And within that first year in 2020, we found that a lot of people started having more conversations around mental health, and that created opportunities for those who are practitioners, those who are advocates, to also further push the information, push the advocacy for improving access to mental health, through improving people's knowledge and understanding around what mental health is about, and also, creating opportunities for people to come out, speak about their experiences, and also encourage others to seek care as well. Now, we know that trauma has a very huge impact that it plays, across the continent. And as part of ways to also provide interventions for people, we know that government is still a huge player in this space, and they have a lot of work to do creating policies, legislation that should support people who are dealing with trauma of different kinds. So across the continent, we're witnessing the seeds of change. The countries are recognizing the importance of trauma-informed policies, and they are not just copy-pasted from Western models, but are deeply entrenched into the cultural and societal nuances of each nation. And we see this all the time because we found very often that when we try to replicate practices that are not common to our environment, we do not see the kind of impact that we're looking for. But when we begin to create solutions that recognize the culture of the people that live in that area, it helps to create the kind of solutions that will speak to people and also encourage people to seek care. We have seen a lot of work. I can speak for Nigeria mostly, but from local NGOs in Nigeria helping communities deal with post-conflict trauma. But we also have seen international collaborations in countries like Kenya who are focused on trauma healing in informal settings. We have seen also the scope expanding and becoming more impactful with time. And these programs underscore the importance of a holistic approach, addressing both the individual and the community as well. And of course, recently we have now also begun to see more collaborations with international partners who are looking for opportunities to either do research, to be able to develop solutions that are culturally appropriate and are relevant to the people who live within this environment, and also help them to also develop strategies that they can also work with and put together to help create international best practices. So when people are here, they can seek care that is up to standard, and when they go out abroad, if they have to, they can also get continuation of care as well. Now, mental health legislation is one of those very huge areas that conversations are always happening around. I'll just maybe take a minute to just quickly talk about what we have done here in Nigeria. And what we have found is that when you raise the conversation about building legislation around mental health with the lawmakers, you would also see what we have seen in communities, the need to begin to drive more awareness and sensitization around the subject matter. So people are generally more informed about what mental health is, but they need a deeper understanding of it. And so for us in Nigeria, we have had to build collaborations across board with lawmakers, have sensitization meetings with them to build their understanding so that when they work to build legislation, it is more contextually relevant to the work and the impact we are trying to see. In 2019, the Lagos State, a sub-region in Nigeria, was able to pass a more contemporary mental health law to drive further the need for a national conversation around that. Unfortunately, last year, Nigeria also was able to sign into law a new mental health law, which would help create the solutions that we're looking for in our country. But we also have seen that legislation is the backbone of any systemic change, because if you're going to be able to drive solutions and provide care for people, there has to be a legal framework that will protect the providers, that will protect the patients, that will protect the system, and protect every other stakeholder along that value chain. Now, we know that countries like South Africa, Ghana, and Uganda have become front runners in incorporating mental health laws into the legal framework. And we had, for example, in our state, Lagos, studied what they had done, looked up what their legislation was, and used that as a guide for us to also create the law that was passed in 2019 in the state. And a lot of work around that was driven by practitioners, by service users who took the time to build the material, have conversations with experts, with policymakers, with scientists and researchers as well, to be able to create the context of the conversation in a way that is relevant to our environment, understanding where the demand is, understanding what the supply side is here locally, and also then create the kind of legislation that can improve supply and also meet the demand that we have in our country. But we are far from where we should be. We know that the very first step, of course, is to create the laws. But the laws themselves do not exist in a vacuum. We need to be able to implement the provisions within those laws. And I think that is one area that we are working very, very hard to ensure that we have the ability to be able to provide the kind of system that is robust enough to be able to meet the needs of our people. We have seen examples of some success stories across the continent. For example, with Rwanda's very rich history and very traumatic past, they had to do a post-genocide healing and reconciliation process to be able to rebuild the communities, to rebuild individuals and rebuild their homes. Liberia's mental health training for clinicians, and South Africa has also done some trauma-informed clinics in townships to be able to bring access to care closer to communities. For us in Lagos as well, what we have done is integrate our mental health services into our general hospitals so that people do not feel constrained to visit only specialist facilities where we know that there's still some level of stigma associated with it. So when they visit a general hospital, for example, no one knows what you're going in for except you. Now get into the front desk, speak to the receptionist, and they direct you to the outpatient clinic for, mental health or behavioral health. And then you get access to care. And of course, after that, if you need further care, you're able to go back there. Then you leave the hospital like you're leaving for any other healthcare condition. The conversation we're driving essentially is to say that mental health should be treated just like physical health, with the same level of investment, with the same level of resources, and with the same level of commitment to ensure that people have access to care. We also took a step further and have been working very carefully in integrating our mental health services into our primary care centers so that people have access to care closer to where they live. Very recently, 2 months ago, we did training for about 300 plus healthcare workers in the state, where we were able to build the capacity of the doctors, the nurses, the community health officers, and extension workers, and our health educators to be able to recognize common mental disorders, provide support for our patients, and of course, refer them either to a general hospital if they need further care from a specialist, or also manage their immediate concerns. The other thing we also did was create a public helpline so that people who would feel the need to remain anonymous can have someone they can speak to. And we have trained counselors who have been doing a lot of work over the last 3 years to ensure that people, either get information of where they can seek care or are able to also provide the support that they need along that journey. Of course, there are several challenges that we're still dealing with. First of all, of course, stigma is still a very, very huge thing, and there's a lot of influence that's coming from our culture as well. If you have conversations with our local people and you want to have conversations about mental health, one of the very first challenges you probably will face is trying to describe mental health in a local language. What they had been doing in the past, especially with some of our languages like Yoruba, when they speak about mental health, the terminology they would use very often is anropolo, which is disease of the brain, but it's very inaccurate because disease of the brain extend beyond just mental illnesses. It also involves, people who have vascular injuries, to the brain. People who have strokes is also a disease of the brain. People who have cancers are also diseases of the brain. And of course, that begins to change the narrative about what mental health is. And so part of the work we're also doing with our health educators is to properly define what mental health is in local languages so that it is more relatable with people that we are meeting across board. The second challenge, of course, is limited access to resources and infrastructure. I think that affects healthcare generally as a whole in our nation. We would definitely have been working, a lot more in terms of improving investments in health. And the new strategies that we're adopting as a country and as a state is to also include private sector participation so that there is increased collaboration across board in our country. Lagos, for example, has been working very closely with a lot of donor funders, a lot of donor agencies, a lot of private sector providers to improve access to healthcare in our state. And right now, we're in the process of building one of the largest mental health institutes in sub-Saharan Africa and perhaps maybe West Africa as well, to not only provide opportunities for access to care, but also opportunities for further research that will create the kind of data bank that can feed into policy decisions and the interventions that would help our people. We also know and understand that there is an inadequate training of healthcare professionals, and we have been doing a lot of work around that, like I described a little earlier. But across the nation and of course across Africa, there's still a whole lot of work to do. We are dealing with the current global trend where a lot of our health workers are migrating either from one region to the other or from one nation to another. And that, of course, has impacted not only, mental health services, but also physical health as well. But there is new measures that are being adopted, like using task shifting and task sharing approaches to also train other healthcare workers, like I mentioned, with health extension workers, also looking at creating mental health champions with schools, within communities, so that they can also translate the message and access to care to the people that live around them. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. We know that we need to continue to encourage grassroots initiatives and local ownership. And one of those things, of course, like I spoke about earlier, is the messaging itself, the level of awareness. And we are going to be able to create the kind of environment where people do not stigmatize mental health. They need access to the right kind of information so that they're taking away and demystifying what mental health is about, and more people recognize that they're actually struggling with some of these concerns, and they can relate it to a lot of the trauma that they have faced either in childhood or through the different phases of the history of our nation, of our continent, and are able to seek care so that they do not translate the trauma that they have faced into the next generation as well. And we are increasing our collaborations with international organizations, but there's a whole lot of opportunities that exist within the continent, especially around the areas of research, around the areas of access to services. One of the things that I would often speak about also is, creating opportunities for people to have access, because the demand is present. Issues like, people struggling with all kinds of trauma, domestic violence, sexual assault, people struggling with socioeconomic circumstances, people who have had adverse childhood experiences, and of course, people who are also struggling with substance abuse, which is a huge, huge problem in the continent at the moment, especially in our country, Nigeria, and here in Lagos. And so there are opportunities for access to care for services. There are opportunities for research, there are opportunities for expanding policies, expanding training, expanding awareness and knowledge sharing amongst different communities, not only on the professional level, but also, for the layman, and they're able to better understand what mental health is about, create more self-awareness and then access services that would help support their journey. We continue to evaluate our policies to be able to ensure that they are always current and up to date, and then are able to be responsive to the needs of our people within the country. The journey ahead is a very interesting one. I think I see a very great future for mental health care in Africa. And I like also that, with organizations like, Africa Trauma Care Initiative, we know that the opportunities abound for people to come into this space to build, value for our people, and value that is not foreign, but value that is, culturally relevant, that is contextually relevant, and that people are able to access the care that they need. So there's an urgency for trauma-informed care in Africa. We have a lot of history of trauma as a continent, as a people, and we need to also begin to address, some of these concerns. And there's a potential for African countries to be leaders in this field. Like I always say, especially around the area of research, a lot of the work that we often quote are foreign research. And the data for local research is present, and there are a lot of people who are trying to do some work here. And I know that research organizations are also doing extensive work now about focusing grants on the African continent so that they can also get for the work that we need to do. We have seen a lot of NGOs spring up lately. Some have created specific focuses around, providing support for prison inmates, for example. Some who have focused on providing support for victims of domestic violence or sexual assault. We have found organizations who are focused on, providing support for school children. And we're seeing more of that happen every day. So we know that the opportunities abound, but we are also very, very careful and very mindful of ensuring that while we want to encourage a lot of these collaborations, that there is an appropriate framework that they can work in so that we have the kind of quality of care that our people will actually need. In the heartbeat of Africa lies the rhythm of resilience, and in its spirit lies the capacity to heal, grow, and lead. And as we collectively work towards a trauma-informed future, let's remember that the strength of Africa lies in its diversity, its stories, and its unwavering hope. And I hope that this would generally speak around some of the things that are going on currently here in our country, in our continent, and inspire a lot more people to come and collaborate and do some of the work that we're doing here with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was such an insightful presentation. Glad to hear what's going on in Lagos and generally pertaining to trauma care. Please, would like to bring up Dr. Marino now for a very brief conversation with you. Or are you able to wait till the next speaker is done?
I mean, we can have a conversation now while it's still very hot, so that we don't.
Okay.
Things.
Okay. Okay.
Absolutely awesome. Thank you, Dr. Ajamale. You always what? Oh, okay. Now you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. I always enjoy talking to you because it's very rare to find medical doctors who are very prolific in mental health, and they understand the merging of this too. So that's one of the things I love about talking to you and the job that you do. You do it very well. Thanks for the presentation. Absolutely on point. Now, just a few things, and we just want to, talk about, when we talk about the legislation around it, I have to say the Lagos State in Nigeria has the best one that I have seen, and I've read several. And I'm just thinking that there's no need for any other state to start, redoing this. Just take Lagos State. I don't know if they need your permission to do it, and just update it to merge for your own state. Just modify it for your own state, because you look like you've done the work. You've done the work. It's a mental health bill, literally. It's not a mental illness bill, which I've seen from a lot of people. It has in it mental illness, it has prevention, it has treatment and aftercare, and you guys also have training and NGOs. You have everything. I was very impressed by this, and I just want to say to any state also listening that do they have to contact you to adapt your bill? How does that work?
So there's a national mental health law that was recently signed as well. What we had done before that, because the work to getting to that point of having a national law was a very long journey, and there were a lot of back and forth. And as a state, we felt it was an opportunity for us to see what we can do locally to create a contemporary law for our people, because we have been doing a lot of work and we have a whole project around mental health in Lagos. And so we went ahead and had our own mental health law. But as a country, there's a national law, and that national law would apply to every state, to every region. And most states would defer to that, since that is available, and then they domesticate that for what they need in their states. So I don't think there's a need for us to reinvent the wheel and go back. And the national law is a bit more robust. Part of what had happened also was they had looked at what we had done as a state and then taken several steps forward, because, as a nation, they have a bigger budget, they have a larger capacity. And so they also had to bear in mind the fact that the country is made up of so many different tribes, so many different languages, so many different interest groups. And the needs in different parts of the nation is very different from just what Lagos is. Because Lagos is a mixture of so many different cultures, but there's still some level of homogeneity in the context of what we're doing in Lagos. But for the national conversation, they had to ensure that there's some level of equity and access for different people, across different communities. So the national law is a good place to start. I mean, it isn't a perfect law. Lagos state law isn't a perfect law either. And we have seen opportunities to also review that law, reform it, and, address other things that we have seen come up over time. But the advice that we have, been given by our, the professionals in that space is to implement for a bit, learn from the experiences that, implementing that law will provide. And then that will form the basis to reform the law and, of course, become more robust in what it can do and what it will address.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And I will review that national law to see, but I still do recommend the Lagos state law. It is comprehensive for now. It's a good place to start because it just addresses everything. It checks all the boxes. Now, one of the areas where I found the gap was, where's the money? Because
Yeah.
you guys have a beautiful law, you have things written there, but if there's no funding, how does that work? How are you going to implement?
Right. So, of course, like I mentioned earlier, having a really great law is just a first step. The second and probably the more important step is being able to implement that law. I would say in Lagos, we had a very small budget up until 2019 for mental health, but we were able to use what we had at the time to be able to do quite a lot, which have formed the foundation of a lot of the work that we're doing now. But as each year has progressed, I think also political will and leadership has provided us opportunities to increase, budgetary provisions for mental health. We're very far from where we should be, but we're definitely not where we used to be. So there are several strategies that we're looking at as a state to address healthcare generally. And that will include, sourcing for external funding, not to implement programs, but to support the process that would allow us to be able to create a more robust system that will help our people. Because the overall goal is to be able to help us have a system that is self-sustaining. And part of that conversation is also driving mental health care as part of the provisions of our community-based health insurance programs, for example, so that people who need access to care, if they have the health insurance, they do not need to pay out of pocket to access mental health services within our hospitals. The other thing that we're also exploring is the area of research, and we have started conversations with a lot of agencies and donor partners to see how we can also join investments into research here on our continent, because we know the benefit of that, not just for us locally, but also for those who are investing in this research, because the data will serve, for so many different levels, defining new approaches to treatment for different mental health conditions, defining the kinds of medication that will be appropriate for Black people and for people that live in our environment, defining the kind of interventions and psychotherapies or CBTs or different kinds of approaches that are probably more appropriate for the people that live here. There have been conversations about how, for example, Nigeria is seeing less of an impact of the kind of trauma that we'll probably have seen in other countries across the continent. So, for example, some of the traumas and the history that some of our Southern African countries have experienced, we have seen a lot more of those rather aggressive cases and issues, but the impact on our people has not measured in the same way. So there have been questions around, why is that happening? Why is Nigeria, how are the people a bit more resilient than you probably find in some other countries? And what are the things that we are doing locally that is working for us, that is helping people cope, that is helping people to be resilient, that is helping people to heal without necessarily adopting, strict clinical approaches? But we know that this isn't enough. So for us, financing is a very, very huge and very important component, but beyond financing itself is to see where the financing will feed into to create a system that's sustainable and self-reliant in itself for our people.
Very good. One last thing. I know we just have a few minutes. There are a lot of NGOs watching us from different countries, from Nigeria, from Lagos State, and they're wondering how to navigate this space and how to network with you. How can they partner with Lagos State, for example, so that they're not doing this work in isolation, because it then gets very tedious. It is not a work that anyone can do alone. And no one listening to us should try to do this alone. So what are some resources you could share with those NGOs listening, that could help them?
Okay, so what we had done in the past was to develop a mapping of stakeholders to first understand the landscape. Who are the different providers? Where are they coming from? What are their motivations, right? Because it's one thing to just go through the process, create a non-governmental organization, and then use it for different purposes. So we're mapping all providers within the state, all NGOs who are working within our state, to know where they are, what they do, recognize and identify those who need to build their capacity, recognize those who can cross-collaborate with others. So maybe you have one NGO who is doing some work in a particular area, has certain deficiencies that another NGO has strengths in, and bring them together to be able to provide an opportunity for both of those collaborations, for those NGOs to come together and achieve a lot more than they would have as individuals. So we are on the front burner of driving that, collaboration, driving that train to ensure that everyone knows everyone and we're all working together. And we plan to do something really robust next year to support non-governmental organizations, not only providing opportunities for networking, but also to help identify possible resources that they can also leverage on to build on their work. But to be able to do that, one of the things we're also working on is to build the capacity of those organizations to be able to access those resources, right? So the resources can be available, but the organization may not have built the structure that can access those resources. So what we are trying to do now, and what we plan to do a lot more of next year, is to help those organizations build the capacity, build their structures, so that they have a functional organization that allows them access and allows them to be eligible to access the resources that will become available as time progresses. So
that's how to do it.
Yeah, so I would say, for people who are listening now and are really interested in having those conversations with us, because we also want to know who you are, what you're doing. We're really excited to have those conversations with you. They can send an email to us, right? I don't know if I'm allowed to have that out here now, or
yes,
maybe
please.
Yes. We can do it.
Oh, no, go ahead, please.
All right, so we have a platform that we work with. It's called Lagos Mind. And that is basically our project plan to drive a lot of our mental health initiatives. So for anyone who is within the mental health space, doing work around the mental health space, can send an email to info@lagosmind.org. So that's info@lagosmind.org. Or they can also send an email to mentalhealthdesk@lagosstate.gov.ng. So that's mentalhealthdesk@lagosstate.gov.ng.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Ajomale. We actually I think we have a couple of Lagos Mind staff at one of our trauma care trainings. Hopefully they're enjoying it and they can bring it back. Before you leave, the one thing I want to ask you first,
thank you, because you gave that to us as a gift, and we really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I hope they bring it back. Some great things. One thing I want to say before you leave, though, is how do you self-care?
So, is that conversation about, preacher follow your own preaching. So very
Yes.
often, we with the kind of work that we do, it can take a toll on us, and very often I had to remind myself to take a break, to try and also recuperate myself. I will not lie, my wife is also listening, and she can also testify to it that I struggle with it sometimes. And working almost every day of the week can be a bit difficult. My colleagues have also had conversations around that. But as a team, we also try to look for activities that we can do amongst ourselves, just to create more fun, to relax, and bond, and build ourselves and just have more fun. Sometimes we try to introduce fun into the work as well, so it doesn't get too monotonous and boring.
You have not answered that question.
So
One
I was
thing.
hoping to be able to diplomatically avoid.
Just give me one thing. One thing, Dr. Ajawale, one thing that you do to have fun. One thing.
I mean, I like
You, not
watching
your
movies.
work, just you
Yeah, I like
personally.
watching movies.
Okay, what did
I
you
love
say?
movies. I love watching movies, and I love getting
Okay.
massages as well. Yeah, I find that very.
There we go. Thank you so much. But they're telling me that I can't let you go because there's some questions on there. But we have time. If you can, if we can come back to you another time, if you can wait a little bit, I mean, just have us on and we'll see if we can
Sure.
get to your questions, to those questions later on.
Sure.
Thank you. I
All
appreciate
right.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jamali. And thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Marino. Okay, next up we have Ms. Kike Adebi to talk to us, and we'll have her profile up before she comes up.
Okay. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Our very next speaker is our very own Kike Adebiyi. Kike Adebiyi is an alumnus of our Jazz Institute Integrated Trauma Care for Professionals program. She is a certified trauma care coach and a Christian counselor with over 20 years of working with women who have suffered traumatic experiences. She is also the director of Mending Hearts Consulting and the co founder of Rafa Nurturing Academy. Kike is an ordained pastor of the gospel and happily married to Pastor Benga Adebi. They are blessed with three wonderful children and a grandson. Kike Lobo resides in the United Kingdom and is doing absolutely phenomenal work there. Can you welcome with me to the stage of the African Trauma Care Symposium, Kike Adebi?
Hello, good afternoon. Well, from my part of the world, maybe I would say good afternoon from here. And if your own zone is in the morning, I say good morning. Thank you so much for having me this afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to say a very big thank you to Jazz Education that has actually added, what I learned um, with jazz, started over 3 years ago during the pandemic, and that gave me the opportunity to update my knowledge about trauma. And that's where everything I would say started really in earnest. So, yes, without wasting any more time, I would say about my organization, which I really want to talk about, because that is where most of the things I do in the community here, in the Black community, especially the work with women here, it is where it starts from. Rafa Nurturing Academy is one of the organizations, I work for and I co-founded with a dear partner and friend, Buki Akonde. So what do we do here? This is a platform where we educate women who have been through traumatic experiences. Many of them, it could be domestic violence, it could be, a situation where childhood trauma, and a lot of, traumatic experience events that they've been through. And we've seen a lot of recovery over the years, from 2021 when we started this organization, and we're doing amazing work. We get a lot of speaking engagements, especially around what parents need to know about child sexual abuse, because that's one of our core work, the things that we do here. And what gives us that, why are we so passionate about that? Myself especially, having it survived, as a child, in that particular line. I was a victim then, many years ago, but I would say to myself that I'm a survivor, and that gives me the passion to want to see a lot of work being done in our various countries, in our various communities, about child sexual abuse. So I would like the next slide to roll on because I don't have much time, but I will do my best. Next slide, please. Oh, I thought, is anybody helping me? Okay, I'll just do it from here. Okay, your journey to inner healing, the wounded sexually abused child. And that's what I want to really, really talk about. My desire is that, around the world, especially in Africa, that this is taken forward. How do we help the inner, the child, the children in Africa at the moment who don't have anybody to talk to, who don't have anybody to run to? I remember that growing up, it was a taboo to talk about sexual abuse. We didn't even have the language because it happened to me as a person when I was between the ages of 6 and 7. So for a child at that age now, who does she run to? Who does he run to? Because it's not just about the girl child, but even the boy child is growing up with that kind of abuse, in his life. I recently spoke to a client, and who's about 23, going through a lot of mental issues. And one of the things that he said to me was that he was sexually abused as a child. And I'd asked him, did you tell anyone about this? And he said no. He didn't even, in the first instance, he didn't even realize that it was anything bad because of the way it was introduced to him. So we want to talk about this, not just about what goes on in the lives of these people, but the fact that, for anybody watching, for anybody listening to me at this time, I want you to know that you can recover from this. There's what we call inner healing, and that is one of the things Rafa Nurturing Academy, does. And we have seen people being able to move away from where they are to where they desire to be, being able to recover from, the traumatic experiences they've been through. I'm not saying it's going to be a journey that will last, that will actually come to pass in 3 weeks or 2 days. It's a process. But the fact that you can get your life back, the fact that you can actually say, hey, this is where I was XYZ time ago, and this is where I am now, and these are the things that I'm doing, is what it's all about. The next slide, please. Okay. So let's kind of, just in a nutshell, what is child sexual abuse? This involves forcing or enticing a child or young person to take part in sexual activities, not necessarily involving a high level of violence, whether or not the child is aware of what is happening. The activities may involve physical contact, including assault by penetration, for example, rape or oral sex, or non-penetrative acts such as masturbation, kissing, rubbing and touching outside of clothing. They may also include non-contact activities such as involving children in looking at, or in production of sexual images, watching sexual activities, encouraging children to behave in sexually inappropriate ways, or grooming a child in perpetration of abuse, including via the internet. Sexual abuse is not solely perpetrated in adult males. Women may also commit acts, of sexual abuse as other children. So this is the definition, and this is how the His Majesty, the government on that which I am here in the United Kingdom sees it. But I believe it's the same all over the world. This is the same definition in various forms, that we will have. So we want to talk about this afternoon, that this is the thing that these children are going through. They went through it maybe as children, and now maybe many of them are grown up, they're adults. These have lasting effects on a child. It has a lasting effect on the brain. And you find that for instance, in relationships, one of the reasons why you might have some issues of domestic violence, or maybe divorce rates, high divorce rates, is the fact that some of these issues are embedded, they're internalized, they have not been expressed in the person who is going through it. And for that reason, they go through a lot of emotions. They can't express themselves, and so there's no way to address it in their homes. For some, it's a thing of shame. They can't discuss it with their partners. If not for the fact that I can say that I'm a Christian and my faith helped me, maybe I will be in the category of those who are actually battling for maybe their marriages. That is what I would say in that. So let's look at some statistics this afternoon. I want to see some of the skills, so that you have a picture of what we're talking about. Child sexual abuse is often hidden, so the statistics vary widely. Some experts estimate that 1 in 4 girls, that is 25%, and 1 in 6 boys, 17%, are sexually abused before their 18th birthday. You just imagine that. Can you imagine? You see your child, 18 years old, you see them as babies. I used to see my children, as 18. I couldn't even imagine that will happen. But the truth is, children do go through. This means that in any classroom or neighborhood full of children, there are children who are silently bearing the burden of sexual abuse. There's so much emotional trauma that goes with this. You can't imagine how horrible it is. So let's look at the statistics in Nigeria. Child sexual abuse in Nigeria is an offense under several sections of chapters 21 of the country's criminal code. The age of consent is 18, according to the law there. Now, UNICEF reported in 2015 that 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 10 boys in Nigeria had experienced sexual violence before the age of 18. According to a survey by Positive Action for Treatment Access, over 31.4% of girls there said that their first sexual encounter had been rape or forced sex of some kind. And that's usually the thing. But here in the Western world, you have facilities around that, where you can report to. There's a freedom of speech. You can go to school and actually tell your teacher. But in Africa, this is a taboo. Who's going to listen to you? We're going to get more to this later. So let's look at the long-term effects of child sexual abuse. Post-traumatic stress disorder. We all know what that is. The range of emotions, the range of things that go on in the lives of these children. Depression, anxiety, substance abuse, eating disorders, relationship issues, sexual dysfunction, re-victimization. So there are a lot of things that that affect this child. For some, it's about facing shame. It's about facing guilt. It's about low self-esteem, not being able to express yourself. I remember growing up that, look, I mean, there were no words for it anyway. So you just see yourself going to school, and you see the school as a place of refuge. You get home and it's all over. You start with this again, with whoever that the perpetrator was, but for me, it was a relative. So for some people, it can even be their fathers. It could even be their mothers. It could be their sibling. It depends on who it is. But I tell you that these the abuse had a long-lasting effect on the person. It's not just something that can go away in 1 year. For someone who is a child, you find that because they do not have that comprehension, there's no cognitive understanding of what they've been through. But the moment they start growing up, you find that that child begins to understand that, I remember that this happened to me when I was a child. Then they begin to put meaning to the activity that happens to them. And that is where you find some people depressed. Some people become, then they start having flashbacks. They start having, things, it start coming to them. The puzzle, the mystery of, their emotions starts making sense to them. These are the long-term effects. Some of them, because we can't go into the whole picture this afternoon. And I'm rushing because I have limited time. So you want to know, then ask yourself, why is it that some children don't disclose? Why is it that some children keep this to themselves? How, you can imagine if one had a child like that. But these are some of the reasons: shame and stigma. You know, this is what happens in Africa. Not knowing the right words or language to describe what has happened or happening to them. For a little child, you can imagine a child of 4 or 5, and it does happen, you know, they don't have the language. And more especially if the person who is the perpetrator is a parent, because you do have situations where the person is the father or the grandparent. I have a friend, in fact, I know about 2 or 3 situations where the perpetrator was their father. One of my friends, has started from the age of 5 up to the time she was 23, until she had to run away from home. So you find that these things are real, and there's fear. And there's the perpetrator will say, if you tell anyone, I'm going to kill you. You won't see your mom again. You won't see your dad again. And by the time the child hears things like this, mom is the word. You just keep quiet. You see, not knowing the consequences from the perpetrator, because the perpetrator will say, look, just like I said, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your parents. So everything is fine. Everything is cozy, but the child is sick. It's sad. The child doesn't know where to turn to. And in Africa, you can imagine, because why? There are no system, no proper system set. Yet I appreciate what is being done now, and I will talk more about that later. Fear of not knowing how the issue will be handled by the parent or any adult. Some people may be saying, but then they can run to mommy, you can run to daddy. I have a friend too who ran to mommy to say, look, the neighbor downstairs touched me here. And what did the mom say? Sorry. The mom says, you caused it. What were you doing there? And this is to a 5-year-old child. So you can imagine what is going on now. This was in I'm talking about, this happened in the 60s, because this, my friend, is my age group, and that till today has caused a rift between her and her mother up till now, So you can imagine what is going on, in our societies around this. We are not addressing it properly. In my own view, this not enough work has gone in this area. So, what are some of the role? We're talking about recovery. So now, why is it that people have not recovered, or people that are adults, who are maybe there living in Africa, or people who have come, here in maybe to the Western world, you find that there's some roadblocks that have made it so. So the role of tradition. One of the roles of tradition you find in some cultures, not just in Nigeria. I've been able to do some research into other countries. You find that the role of tradition is there, that there's some things you don't say. There's some things you don't disclose about your family, what is going on. And you find that some parents will tell you, oh, well, it's something that what's passed down. It's what some things that do happen in our community. So you just get on with your life. So you find that these things will not allow whoever is living in that kind of environment to actually find themselves. So they feel, okay, it's something I have to live with. And so I go with the flow. The role of parents. This is where my passion is as well when it comes to one of the roadblocks to recovery. One of the fact that some parents don't talk, you know, especially mothers. I would like to address mothers here. Maybe a member of the family, maybe just because the person is a husband, a grandparent, you're not coming to the rescue of that child. You're failing in your duty. As much as we know that, yes, we need to guard against them, we need to keep our home, we need to keep our marriage. But what about the child? Are we actually looking at the big picture of the effect of this is having on this child, the effect it's going to have on my child or another child, not necessarily your own child, but that is what I want us to begin to see. So now, whether you're a father or a mother, when you hear things like this, it's not about, oh, it happened a donkey years ago. You should have gone out of this by now. No, it's the effect. It's the fact that it's disrupting the memory of it. It's disrupting this person's life. This person's brain is messed up. This person's social life, relationships, being able to actually express themselves. This is being muddled up. This is being affected. The judicial system has also failed. This is another roadblock, to say, okay, even if I take it to court, even if I want someone to go, how will I, to articulate myself? How will I, be able to express myself to say this person did this and this? Do we have that facility? Do we have that structure that is able to say, a child comes or somebody reports this? This is what will be done. I know in Nigeria, I'm beginning to, I see that some things are being put in place, but it's just in maybe Lagos State that I've seen this. But what about other parts of the African continent? What is being done to protect the African child from child sexual abuse? What is done to make sure that these people they recover? So it's one thing for us to say, okay, let's advocate that this stops. Let's advocate that these people find justice. But the next step is, how do they recover? How do they? Is there any trauma? Are there trauma centers? Are there trauma clinics? Enough of that for this child to say, okay, even though it happened years ago, but now I just need someone to talk to. Do I have do we have the adequate mental health practitioners or doctors that are interested in taking their case forward? It's quite important that we get them back into on their feet. We want them. We want to see that they are running with their dreams. Many of them do have dreams, but you see, when you've gone through a situation where somebody has violated you without your consent, without your permission, there's something that it does with you. It leaves you feeling limited. You feel belittled. You feel stripped of your dignity. It doesn't matter whether it happened as you being a male child or a female child. The fact that it has happened, it leaves something with you. And it takes time for you to get yourself back. It takes time before you can say to yourself, you know what? I'm going to thrive. As much as, yes, that is what we want to see. We want to see that child thrive again. We want to see that adult that has been through to be able to say that, look, this happened to me years ago. But hey, here I am. I've recovered. I'm moving forward. I found myself. I found my voice. I am not what happened to me. I am a new and a brand new person. And that's what we want to see at the end of the day. So, what do? I want to just talk about some steps to self recovery. You know, what are, because the first thing I would just say before going to steps to self recovery, um, if you know that over time you've tried, you've tried to get out of what happened to you, you can't get it out of you. I would say if you are opportune to be in an environment where you can get help, please by all means seek help. But before you even get the help, there are things you can do for yourself, because a lot of things, the pain is you're going through, you've been through this trauma, and because you've not dealt with it, you've swept it under the carpet, it can live with you for as long as it takes. So one of the things you can do for the recovery is acknowledging that something happened to you. Don't think, oh, it's just me. I'm sure I'm going to be fine. No, you're not fine. You need to acknowledge that this happened. The moment you acknowledge it, then you'll be able to do, what you'll be able to follow the necessary steps. So the second thing, maybe not necessarily in a good or in the same order. I've not arranged them in the order they should come. But another thing can do is locate the source. Where did this pain come from? Who was the person who violated me or the perpetrator? You need to know who this person is. Because if you're in a country like where I am, it doesn't matter how long ago this happened, it will be followed up. But if it's in a place where you can't locate, well, can locate the person, but you don't know how to go about it, you might find trusted friends that you can talk to, or family members, to say, hey, this happened to me. Because something about talking, when you talk and you deal with it by speaking to someone, it does a lot. It reduces that pain even by almost half. So locate that source and do something about it. Then invent the person you want to see. Who do you want to see in yourself? At the end of the day, why are you doing this? Why are you speaking out? Why are you trying to acknowledge it? It's because you want to move forward. You see, you can't continue in the same manner, allowing your mind, to rob you of the joy that you should be having. And that is why number 4 is dealing with your mind. It's about the mind. The mind will tell you so many things. You see what happened to you. You're not even as good as this person. See, you're just rubbish. And you begin to believe in the lies that this is who you are, whereas it's just your mind. So one of the things you need to do is to deal with your mind, the negative thought, the toxic thoughts that are coming to your mind. Then practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is quite, it's very, 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 very helpful. Just be in the moment, enjoy the moment, enjoy the environment you found yourself. Just if you find that yourself, your mind is drifting to the past, bring yourself to the present. You could just, like I'm in front of my wall clock, just try to look at it and just forget the moment. What's happening, what the thoughts, and just concentrate on what you're seeing. The beauty of the hand clock, the beauty of listening to the TikTok, and just enjoy it. Journaling, that is very powerful. If you have a journal or a notebook, write your feelings down, write the way you feel, because that is a way of letting out the steam. It's very powerful. Then forgiveness. Now, this is a big one. All the things I have listed here are big. In our academy, we have a whole model about inner healing. And our inner healing courses are between 3 to 4 weeks. So all what I've just browsed, in trying to get through the 15 minutes that I have, we spend time to dig and to talk more on other things, not the other action points, and it will give you exercising and homework that you can take. So the last thing is exercises. Just make sure that you make use of exercises. Make sure that you go out, take fresh air, Make yourself be present, and don't allow yourself to be robbed, of what you should be enjoying today. So, um, in closing, I want to say that there is hope for that child who may be an adult now, you know, that has been through. And I want to advocate that, please, government all over the world, let's look into this. Let's educate the parents that they should know that, look, this is not the way to go. So, with this, I want to say thank you for granting me audience, and I wish you a good afternoon once again. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Kike. That was such a beautiful, beautiful, and much needed presentation. God bless you. And I hope that you guys got quite a bit from it. You guys made notes, and took notes of the points that she shared at the very end of that. Exercising, journaling, mindfulness, all these things are really important in healing, in on the process of our inner journey. So before I go on, I would just like to bring up Dr. Merino to share a few words with us.
It's not sharing a few words with us, it's actually having a conversation with Kike. So, Kike, thank you. That was a brilliant, just very, look, pertinent conversation, because sexual abuse, any type of sexual assault, is foundational for a lot of people. It happens in developmental stages and it impacts every area of your life, not just your mental health. It impacts the person you're going to marry. It impacts how you show up in your life. It impacts your friendships. It impacts your relationships all through, right? So, you said that this is in your organization, you're doing this. What would you say to someone who is listening now, who got molested or who got abused when they were maybe 4, 5, 6, whatever, and they've never dealt with it? Because in our culture, and it's not just our culture, in most ethnic cultures, we have this whole thing about not airing your dirty laundry, right?
Yeah.
And so no, people don't talk about it. So
Yes.
what should be their first step? You said something about talking to their friends, or their family, but what those ones sometimes are also in their own wounds. You know what I mean? I've seen people who went to talk to their pastor and they say, "Oh, just pray about it, you'll be fine." Please help us here. Before this is the only thing I want you to clarify before I allow you to leave. Thank you.
Yes, you see, the settings where we are also plays a role. You see, um, what will I say? Because if this person is in Africa, for instance, I won't say first talk to your pastor unless you trust that pastor, unless you have you know that um they will shield you. Because one thing you don't want is you being preached on the pulpits. You don't want that to happen. So definitely, if you know of any Christian counselor, I will recommend, or any counselor at all that can help. I would say, please, or a therapist. I would say that can be your first, point of call. Or if you know any family member that it's close, yes, they could be in their own wound, but there's a way you can test people from the way they converse with you, if they are people you can trust. Someone who comes to you and is always talking and gossiping about other people, you want to step back. But if somebody you see that somebody shows care, somebody shows that they're there for you, you want to be able to say, maybe not divulge the whole thing, just to test the waters, but you can say, okay, I'm just feeling down, and the person could just say, what are you down about? What happened to you? Oh, it's something, because that's how I started in my own, I didn't divulge, it took me years before I could even talk about it to anybody. But there was just one trusted friend that was able to hold my hand. And gradually, I started releasing the information bit by bit. So, for that kind of person, I would say there will always be one trusted person somewhere that you can talk to. Because I won't
Okay.
advise that you just bottle this up for life. And if you are in a
Okay.
place where, okay,
Oh, no, 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 no. I was just saying
yeah,
okay.
and if
Oh, okay.
okay, and if you're in an environment, like you're in America, you're in a developed world, there are organizations that you can talk to say, look, this is what is happening to me, this is what bothering me, and there are systems in place to help you to come out of,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. If you are in Africa, okay, one of the people, they can call you. You work with this with survivors. You can call us. You can call us at JARS. We will connect you with somebody. We have trauma specialists who focus on trauma work. So call us. You have our information. And then Dr. Jamale was here, and Lagos Mind. Lagos Mind is also, contact them. And if you're in a different country and you have a resource, contacts, please put in the chat box so that people can utilize this ones. But we have trauma-informed coaches, counselors, therapists all across this continent. So please contact us, and we will match you with someone who can help you. Kike, thank you so much. Somebody talked about forgiveness. Does forgiveness, it's a question. Okay, yeah, it's a question, but she's right here. She can answer it. Does forgiveness play any role in the healing process? What is your view about this? Go ahead.
Well, in a nutshell, because I know this is a big area. Now, if you're talking about forgiveness, I'm going to look at it from two perspectives. You're forgiving yourself, one, and forgiving others. Now, when it comes to forgiveness, we find it easy to forgive others, somebody. And let me just say, the fact that you forgive doesn't mean that um, you appreciate what has been done to you. You're just letting go. You're just letting go the pain, and it has a way of relieving. If especially when apologies have been made, that helps. Where the person apologizes. But even when the person does not apologize, it's because you want to free you. It's about you. The way I see forgiveness is about me. It's not even about the other person. Many times we stand up to say, look, I'm not going to forgive because the person did this and this and this and this, and we stand forever. Many people will never apologize. The perpetrator may never even come your way again. You never know. The person might even have died. But to do it for yourself, and that is it. Then when it comes
All
to
right.
self-forgiveness, what I would just say is that many times it may not even be the person. You might have let go of the person to say, okay, I forgive, but you're still feeling pain. It's you. You've been able to say to myself, look, I give myself permission to thrive. I let go. Forgive me. Maybe you feel let down. Why didn't I do this? Why didn't I fight back? Why, for that you may regrets, and for that you may not forgive yourself. So yeah.
I see
How
Esther
about you?
here, so she's promised to tell us. All right, I think we have to round up. Esther, I see you. All right,
Yes.
thank you.
This has been a very, very interesting conversation, as people are saying in the comments, and we really need to talk about it. And we will keep talking about it. Thank you so very much, ma'am. We really appreciate your contribution, and thank you, Dr.
Thank
Merino,
you.
as well. We
You're
appreciate
welcome.
you.
You're welcome. Thank
So,
you for having me.
you're welcome, ma'am, and thank you for showing up.
Hang with us, though. Don't leave.
Okay, we would appreciate that the speakers just wait back, because you have to answer the questions the people have for you. But right now, we're going to take a very quick stand-up break. Just stand up wherever you are, take a walk, go pee, stretch your legs, your hands, everything you need to do, and we'll be back immediately for the next session. We have just 3 minutes to stand up and just freshen up, take water. You wanted to go get tea, you didn't want to miss anything. This is the time. Go and get your tea, get your water, and come back because we are going in again for the next session. And you don't want to miss it. It's going to be interesting, just like the other speakers have been sharing. We really appreciate the speakers waiting behind to respond to people's questions. So we are on here. 3 minutes starts already, like 1 minute ago. So we have 2 more minutes to get back. We are seeing your questions, we are seeing your comments, and we are going to respond to them shortly. Stay on, please don't go anywhere. Just a stand-up break. I'm here waiting for you, so you don't have to go far. And keep posting your comments and your questions in the chat. We're noting them and we're going to take them shortly. Still to come, we have a session on trauma in the African context. You don't want to miss that. We'll also be having violence and trauma in the African women's biographies. We'll be talking about balancing trauma and religion, which I think is a very, very important topic that we need to also delve into. We're going to talk about community-based trauma interventions. We're going to talk about building resilience and social support. We're going to talk about treatments for trauma. We're going to talk about the role of organizations and individuals in shaping the future of trauma care and mental wellness in Africa. All of these are by professionals, experts in the field of trauma, and you don't want to miss these conversations because they're important and you will benefit from it. So, we're also going to be showing you all the contacts for those who need to reach out, get help, maybe from listening to the previous sessions. You need help on something they've talked about, you have questions. The contacts are showing on your screen. There's Lagos Mind. You can reach out to them on all social media platforms. They're on Instagram, they're on Facebook. Just send them a DM at Lagos Mind. Or you are working in the trauma care field or mental health space and you need to collaborate with the government, you can send a mail to info@lagosmind.org. You can also reach out to us at JARS Institute for comments and questions. I'm going to put the number up on your screen, but you can send a mail to admin@jarseducation.com, or you can send a message to the number that will be on your screen right now. Our 1 minute is wrapping up now. The break is done. Please, let's come back to our seats and get ready for the next session. We're ready. We're set. Are we back on our seats now? Okay, I believe we are. And next up, we'll be having Dr. Merino talk to us about trauma in the African context. So we would have a bio up before she comes up.
Okay. Our next speaker for today is Dr. Akidotu Merino. Dr. Akidotu Merino is a dedicated professor of psychology and a passionate advocate for modernizing mental health structures and reducing disparities. Her extensive career spans academic leadership roles, including being the university president in a Southern California university. She has also contributed significantly to community agencies and hospitals. Currently, she serves as a mental health commissioner overseeing services for over 500,000 residents in the 4th District of Southern California. Dr. Merino is the convener of this symposium and the driving force behind the Africa Trauma Care Alliance, both dedicated to trauma care integration, mental health advocacy, and research in Africa. Additionally, she is the CEO of Jazz Group and the president of Jazz Education Institute, where she provides trauma based training to professionals, life coaches, and mental health providers. Dr. Marino's contributions as an author, international keynote speaker, and her recent recognition as the 2021 Woman of Distinction by the California Assembly Legislature highlight her impactful career. She resides in California with her lovely family. Please welcome back with me on the African Trauma Care Symposium stage, Dr. Akidotu Merino.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I am delighted to be here because I get to talk about trauma in the African context. This is something that is greatly, needed, greatly being on my mind. And so let's get to it. Do you have my PowerPoint? Can we share that? Thank you so much. All right. So we'll start. Let's give it the share view. Can you do that? Okay. All right. So because look, I'm a researcher. I'm also a professor of psychology. And when it comes to trauma, we have so much has happened in the past decade in the field of trauma work. A lot of things have happened before. For example, we were using CBT for trauma healing and trauma work. We were using just talk therapy for with clients and thinking that everything will be okay. Just in the last decade alone, we have had significant upgrade in the systems of care when it comes to dealing with trauma, emotional and psychological trauma. Now we know that trauma is stored in the body. Now we know that those things that happen to us, those adversities that happen to us, also impacts the brain. It impacts the brain structure. If you see the brain of a child who has been traumatized and the brain of another child who has not been traumatized, you will see that the brain structure is different. So we know that trauma changes the body, changes the brain, and invariably will change the way we show up in our lives. So it is not just that thing happened to me thing. It is a serious issue. This is something that shifts you from your source of safety. This is something that greatly impacts who you become and impacts the way you experience your world. So we know that because of all of these changes that are coming in this field of trauma, so exciting things, right? And we now need to start talking about it within the African context. So what is this trauma? The Greek word for trauma itself is wound. It's wounding. A trauma is not so much what happens to you or what happened to you. Trauma is basically how you respond to what happened to you. We're all not going to be traumatized by the same thing. So for example, God forbid, if somebody come in and cause some kind of chaos in this room, for example, people will respond to it differently. So that is why trauma can be subjective. So trauma is not the event. Trauma is my response to the event. And based on your level of resilience, based from the kind of support systems that you have, people react and respond to things differently. We also know that trauma is pervasive. We know that if you live in this world You will be traumatized. You know, there is this whole idea of adverse normality, adverse normality. And it is that we are in a world where the most common thing is adversity. This whole idea of a just world is just a notion, because when you look at the world, good things are happening to bad people. That you don't see justice in that way. And so it's not about the just world. It's that everybody goes through their own share of trials and tribulations and, you know, distress. And so how we handle that and how we respond to that is what we're talking about when we talk about trauma. So that is the broad definition. But what is trauma? How can we define it in the African context? Is it look a little bit different? Is it, or is it the same? We're not trying to reinvent wheels here. We're just saying that we need to take all of this knowledge that we have and look at it through the context of this very environment that we inhabit. Because, you know, the way we conceptualize something is how we react to it and how we attend to it and how we end up resolving it. So what does trauma look like in the African context? When we have there's this African understanding of trauma is intricate, is multidimensional, right? We can weave a tapestry of history around it. You know, we're talking about geopolitical upheavals, social political upheavals. We're talking about an entire continent that was colonized. So we have colonial legacy, well, with the exception of Ethiopia. Then we have, you know, all the civil conflicts. We have displacement. We have social economic challenges. We have infrastructure issues, et cetera, et cetera. So when we're looking at trauma from the African context, where we need to juxtapose this with all of the other intersectionality of trauma, of our experiences. So we need to recognize trauma in the African context, not just as what we are individually or communally experiencing, but even the very existence of the continent, the very existence of these countries, how they were put together. It is in the DNA of our independence. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is entrenched in this. So we cannot not acknowledge it when we're defining when we're talking about trauma. So while the global definition of trauma can provide a foundational understanding, the African experience needs to be at the table when we are acknowledged at the table of conversations, if this makes sense. Then we go to the next slide. What is the African worldview? What is the African worldview when it comes to trauma? What is it that we can glean from the African worldview? Well, the first thing we want to talk about is our communalism. You know, we gather together. We love tribes. We love, you know, families. We're always, you know, collective, the collective culture. We understand this. Traditional African societies have emphasized the importance of community. And herein, communities can be great for us. They can be places where we learn how to do life. You know, those are healthy communities. So the very thing that is our strength can also be what becomes the adversity for some of us, right? But we should recognize this community orientation, this collectivist system in Africa. In many African cultures, we hear things like, I am because we are. it is encapsulated within the idea of communalism. It signifies that the identity of an individual is inherently tied to the collective identity of our communities. That is important for us to talk about, because that sometimes can be where our pain points are, as well as where our strengths lie. All right. So the practice of communalism manifests in various ways across the continent. For instance, during times of illnesses or distresses, community members can often come together to offer support, both in terms of practical assistance, emotional solidarity. When people have babies, I know in Nigeria, the mother goes to stay with them for a few weeks or a few months. So that could become that is inherently a good thing, but it could also be where our pain points are. So the ethos of communalism is deeply ingrained in the fabric of many African societies. So which means that when we're talking about trauma recovery programs and trauma healing programs, we cannot do it outside of the community. And any state, any government who is looking at mental health, it needs to start talking about community health. Secondly, our spirituality and ancestral connection in African cultures. You cannot talk about any type of sustainable, effective plans when it comes to trauma work or mental wellness, and not address our spirituality and ancestral connection in the African culture. We do not heal outside of ourselves. We heal within ourselves. So which means that the healing comes from within and through the places that we belong to. Many African cultures will place significant importance on spirituality and ancestral connections. This is phenomenal. Even those that are Christians or Muslims, etc., there's still the culture itself, the tradition of spirituality. We love to talk about dreams. We love to talk about a spiritual connection. We have folklores around things. The spiritual fabric of the African culture is rich and is multifaceted, and we cannot remove it from the conversations of in mental health protocols. It needs to be a part of it. Let me give you an example where the whole one PhD student in the United States was conducting a research amongst Native Americans, and it had to do with addictions. You wanted to, what is going on with the addiction rate is very high. What can we do? And so she wanted to do her thesis on that. So she went and she brought all this Western, we're gonna do practices here and there, and nothing worked. Nothing worked. They just wasn't working. And so she's reporting back to the school and saying, hey, look, nothing is working. I've tried everything, nothing is working. And her supervisor said, go talk to them and see what has worked for them. What has worked for them? And then that's where, she started talking. They're also very spiritual. Narrative therapy works with them because they tell stories and things begin to work. And so that is why we have to see what works in the African context, not just constantly importing things from the general world, but we have to look at ours. Spirituality needs to be on the table, if that makes sense. Spirituality in the African culture is holistic, is encompassing, and we cannot separate it from who we are. So any framework that is a mental health framework needs to have spiritual component. Next thing is holistic perspective on health in African cultures. The concept of health in the African communities and African culture is holistic. It is not so much about the absence of diseases or infirmity. That's not all we're talking about. In the African culture, we're talking about the balance between who we are physically, the balance between who we are socially. Are we socially connected? Are we spiritually connected? Do we have money to pay our bills? Are we able to feed ourselves? Am I connected to my friends, to my family? This is what we talk about. When we talk about health, that's what we're looking at. And so any policies or any practices cannot simply be a CBT, a cognitive behavioral practice, a trauma-informed care practice. It has to be a connection of all of these practices. So we need to have elements of jobs. If you can't say somebody is healed and they don't have a job, they don't have a place to live in. So we have to basically always address this particular issues. And then respect for elders in the African society. I'm not going to talk too much about them, but the social fabric of African society is woven with this regard for elders. And elders used to be in the past, they would be the arbiters of wisdom and of truth, and they're the ones who have lived experiences and who will help us with mentoring and conflict resolution. And we've moved away from those elements now because of the social media. You can Google anything, but everything. However, the elders play a pivotal role in the cultural preservation and the transmission of the ancient norms and values that we need in our generation. Storytelling sessions. I remember my grandmother, she would tell us all kinds of stories, hello, and then they would say this person is the story of the turtle who ended up winning, the story of how the world was created. All of the stories, they become, pass the tools through which we pass down morals and strengths and to the next generation. They're pedagogical tools, really, through which we learn so much, and we begin to erect structures of protection around all of us. So that has to be acknowledged. Then the next thing is collective responsibility in the African societies. I am my brother's keeper. It takes a village. Let's pause now. There's a whole concept called differentiation. What am I out of time? Oh, I have 5 minutes more. All right. There is this whole concept of differentiation. This whole concept of differentiation is the I and the we. So that in every place, there is the collective and there's the individual, right? There's the collective and the individual. We don't want the collective to be so high in the system that the individual is diminished. We don't want the individual to be so elevated and the collective diminished. What we want is a dance around this, a kind of balance. So when we talk about I am my brother's keeper, or it takes a village, is the collective that we're talking about. Is the idea that we're interdependent. But as we talk about that, we also have to bring in this notion of the self, of the individual, that is important. You're telling me I have 5 minutes, but I need to finish a little bit of this. Colonialism and I think the next slide, the African traumatic events. We need to address colonialism. We need to address things like that have actually lingered, legacies that have lingered, all right, that actually impact us. I hear people say things like, oh, that was a long time ago. That is not a problem. But the legacy of colonialism in Africa continues to reverberate across the continent, leaving lasting social, political, economic, mental illnesses, cultural impacts, etc., etc. look, we didn't get here by ourselves. An imprint has been left on the very image of the continent, and we need to start finding ways to address those because it impacts us. Those are traumas. Those are historical traumas. They're historical traumas that we need to address. Why are we this way? We're talking about corruption. We're talking about, people don't look out for each other. We've been imprinted with those, right? And we need to start addressing this as a government, as a family, and as individuals. We need to start saying, who are you? Who are we? Are we Africans? What does it mean to be an African? Because the part of the internalized oppression is this fact that even when the colonial masters are no longer there, we will turn on ourselves. So internalized oppression is internal. It's something that we have inherited, that we have said that we are not enough, that we are not enough. We need somebody else to make us to make us look better. We need somebody else to elevate us. And so we start looking for help outside of ourselves. We have so much going on for ourselves. Internalized oppression will make you step over your own people so that you can be in power. It will make you at your work be the one who is the bullying. Internalized oppression will keep you gated and keep you in a prison. And those are all mental health issues, people. This is significant. We need to begin to talk about it. All the displacements and the migration has reshaped us. I'm not going to spend too much time on that today. You read my paper if you want to learn about that. Now, let's look at this whole idea of our own practices that we can bring to the table. And before I do that, I want us to share, if you go, just wait a minute. I want us to share the current trauma care approaches. These are some of the approaches that we have now, right? I'm just going to read them because I want to see what we can do as Africans and add to this. I'm not saying we should get rid of this current trauma care approaches. I'm saying we can do better. We can, how do we say it? We can make it fit us, right? And so that it could be more effective. Now, so we have trauma-informed care that people have talked about. Trauma-informed care, which is basically trauma-informed care recognizes that trauma is pervasive and you are traumatized, you're struggling from trauma, you have been healed from trauma, you're going to be healed, you're going to get traumatized. That way, I have to be patient with everybody. So when you look at your husband and you look at your wife or your children, they're going through their stuff. So you should not add to their issues. That's what trauma-informed care is about. Like you then live with the grace so that you are adding grace to somebody else. And then you have trauma treatment models, which we actually teach in the JARS education trauma program. There's CBT, there is EMDR, there is prolonged exposure therapy, somatic therapies, there is narrative exposure therapy, mindfulness and meditation, virtual reality exposure therapy, psychopharmacology, which is using medication. Sometimes medication is needed, not all the time. There's this idea of, there's this model called the IFS, which is about different parts. There is the acceptance and commitment therapy, all right? And there is polyvagal, there's dialectical, there's a whole bunch of them. Please feel free to research some of this. However, what I want to leave you with is how have we been healing ourselves in generations past? We have a rich tapestry of cultures and healing practices. How have we been healing ourselves, right? How are we healing ourselves? So that is something that I want to just leave us with today because I keep hearing my time. So here is one. This idea of testimonial therapy, storytelling. Testimonial therapy, let's talk about storytelling, for example. Storytelling and oral tradition. We tell stories. The story we tell ourselves becomes the way we live our lives, right? Let's begin to change our stories. You can change your stories of survival, your stories of identity, your story of belonging. That becomes very effective in actually becoming a protective skill for you. All right, I'm moving down to that. You guys are disturbing me. All right, so where it says dancing, it says traditional African healing practices. That's where we'll end this. So it says, okay, dancing is one of them. We dance. We love to dance. So wherever you are right now, just kind of shake your body. Wherever you are, kind of move yourself. Do you know polyvagals tells us that this is good to actually balance your nervous system? Most of us are so upregulated. We're always on a 20 out of 10. I mean, nobody's smiling, but dance a little bit. Dance, the form of expressions of many African cultures. That's why don't look down on your friend who is going to party every Saturday. That is self-care for them. Don't look down on the one who is going to church or who is going to dance and jump all the way in the church, because that is self-care. That is part of a therapeutic intervention. Drumming, the rhythmic beating of the African drums. These are not just musical notes. These actually are very healing components. They have actually been known to actually induce a trance state that can help facilitate healing, spiritual healing. So drums are part of it. When I was in Ethiopia, we had I was talking to the ladies that how have you learned to heal yourself? And they have this thing called tea circles. Tea circles. This is the act of gathering. They make teas and are produced in Ethiopia, and they gather around and they share. As they're doing the teas and the coffees that they do, as they're packing them and doing all of this, they're sharing their stories. They begin to seek advice. Oh, this is what happened. So that's that. So those little practices, these tea circles, we can emulate those. Mentoring. I've talked about mentoring. We cannot leave the younger ones alone. We cannot leave ourselves alone. We'll begin to do what we've done well, and that is bring somebody up with you who is going where you're going. In churches, we have something called testimony time. Testimony time, I want to testify. Testimonials are actually part of ways we process traumas. So let's do more of those and stop keeping secrets. Begin to, hey, in the Black church in the United States, testimony time is a community time. The preacher brother, amen. All of this is part of what we are. This is part of who we are. This is how we process things in our lives. They're therapeutic outlets for us. Meditation. It is an African thing. We've been meditating in Africa from the beginning of ages. Our ancestors gathered and connected with nature. They understood how to connect to spiritual realms, sacred spaces. When Esther was saying, close your eyes, go to your happy place. This is meditative practices. These are things that we know how to do that gives us inner peace. It helps us gain clarity and reconnect with the world around us. And we get to affirm ourselves and begin to say, who are we as Africans? Now, this paper by itself, it's about 30 pages long or so. So I've just kind of, because of time, I've only shared a little bit with us. But all of what I want to end with is this. And while we collaborate with global partners, this collaboration is beneficial. It provides vast insights, but it remains crucial for Africa to champion its own research WHO should not be the one dictating everything to us all the time. We need to start keeping data. We need to start conducting our own researches so that we have our own questions and our own answers. We are able to define our own challenges and prospects. This approach ensures that the continent can shape its identity, its destiny, reflecting its vibrant diversity and potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, Dr. Marino. As always, we listen to you and it's something new and enlightening. Look, well, I think, like you said, we have been practicing them, but I've never really looked at my traditional way of doing things as a way of doing mental health. But now looking at it, it's very enlightening. So we move on. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can't see you. You can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah, I can see you. Dr. Knight is in.
okay. So we'll be moving on to the next session. Please post your questions. We're going to have a question and answer session. So please post your questions in the chats and comments. We'll see them and we'll respond to them. Next, we have Dr. Nayet, who will be talking to us about trauma in African women's biographies. We'll have a profile up and then we bring her up on stage.
Okay, can you all hear me? Good. All right. Our very next speaker is Dr. Nyemedi Agodzo Edo Toga. Dr. Yemedi, who we fondly call Dr. Nayet, is a Ghanaian licensed counseling psychologist with over 16 years of experience in counseling psychology within educational institutions and communities. She holds a PhD in guidance and counseling, making her the first Ghanaian female to achieve this distinction from the University of Education, Winneba. In addition to her academic roles as a senior lecturer, counseling psychologist, and teacher educator at the University of Education, Winneba, Dr. Edo Toga actively contributes to mental health as a crisis disaster response team lead with the Ghana Psychological Association. She has responded to various crises, including the Budu Buram fire disaster and the Apam drowning disaster, while also providing online counseling during the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Edo Toga's expertise extends to training church leaders in marital and premarital counseling. She has a rich background in crisis, abuse, and trauma counseling. She is an alumni of the Jazz Institute Integrated Trauma Care for Professionals program, as well as publishing articles in international journals and authoring books. Beyond her professional achievements, Dr. Toga is a dedicated wife and mother with a passion for gardening and design. So, welcome with me to the African Trauma Care Symposium stage, Dr. Yemedi Agodzo Edo Toga.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Abby. And I want to say that this is a privilege done me by the Jazz Institute. Please, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Okay, good. I want to also say a big thank you to my mentor, Professor Merino Akin. Prof, thank you so much for your mentorship, for allowing me to learn at your feet. It has always been my passion and dream to work with traumatized people, and you gave me the opportunity to learn and to serve humanity in that capacity. This is an August occasion for all of us working in the arena of trauma, being the first of its kind in Africa, the African Trauma Symposium. Thank you once again, the organizers, Abby, Professor King Merino, and all others behind this. When I was invited to speak, I asked myself last week, what am I going to speak to? Then quickly I realized we're doing some projects on violence and trauma in African women's autobiographies. This is a large-scale study we've just started, and so I felt like, okay, why don't I share part of it with this memorable program and August audience? So mine is a part of a study that is ongoing that I'm coming to share, to also listen to the other views that we all have, and then to see how far we can push trauma and trauma-informed care, especially in the African continent. This paper is, like I said, is a part of a study that is exploring the violence in African women's autobiographies. But for this particular presentation, I want to focus on only two women's autobiographies. One is from Ghana and the other one is from South Africa. So I have selected Juliet Ibrahim, her autobiography, A Toast to Life, and Tracy Goins' Brutal Legacy. Autobiography is basically a person's own account of their own life, their experiences, things that they have been exposed to, so that they can provide the insight that they have in their inner persons. So autobiographical accounts or autobiographical writings are just ways in which individuals will want others to know who they are, what they carry, what is within them. It is over and beyond what we see in the physical or what others see of the person. This is what the person knows of himself, of his environment, of all that they have gone through. So this is basically what biography, autobiography, or autobiographical account is about. Trauma, on the other hand, is a universal experience that usually transcends borders and, of course, cultures. It impacts every individual's life. It impacts their communities and the world around them. And of course, even though with Africa and its rich diversity and unique challenges, we also have our share of traumatic experiences, including floods. Right now in Ghana, the man-made dam, the Akosombo Dam, has been spilled over because it's been flooded. And over 26,000, as we speak, over 26,000 people from 5 districts, in majority in the Volta region of Ghana, have become homeless. They are displaced because of the dam spillage. This calls for mental health problems that people are going through right now. The world is, we are soliciting for funds from the world. And of course, psychology counselors are also working around the clock to provide the needed psychological support, psychosocial support that these individuals in this very difficult moment are experiencing. So apart from flood, there is conflict on the continents, wars, natural disasters like our dam spillage, displacement, and interpersonal violence. Understanding and addressing trauma, along with promoting mental health and behavioral wellness is crucial to the well-being and development of the African continent. Lauren 2020 reports that people living in sub-Saharan Africa are disproportionately exposed to trauma and may be at increase for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, there is lack of statistics on the prevalence of trauma-reported cases. The study that Lauren and Co. or EPAL did, they pulled PTSD prevalence estimates from national and the regional representative surveys that have been conducted and published in PAMED, PsychoInfo, AMBES, and other PTSD publications, which included over 58,000 participants or respondents put together. They are of the view that the current residents of sub-Saharan Africa countries, 10 countries out of the 48, at least 50% of whom who are the ages of 15 and 68 years experience some form of PTSD. And out of 2,825 unique articles that they have reviewed, 25 studies, including a total of 58,000 and above eligible participants, which formed the 54% of the population, were females. And then I asked myself, does this not call for the study of violence and trauma into women? Yes, it does. However, we have chosen to look at the autobiographies because we all know usually people who write their autobiographies are people who are seen as having made it, people who are celebrities, people who have recognition in society. And so we wanted to look at what they have shared. Why we chose this, I said, because they form the majority of the studies that have been conducted. Women, females form 54% and above of the studies that have been conducted. And so it is important that we study women. Stinger 2018 reveals that in a world where women live in fear, majority of women live in fear, are assaulted, are almost always corrected, they don't have a voice of their own, they have no agency, they are spoken over or just ignored or erased. One thing that women want most is to be seen, is to be heard, and to be acknowledged. So then we asked, from a trauma perspective, how do African women who narrate their trauma experiences and thriving from the throes of trauma and violence, how do they do it? How identical are the trauma experiences across cultures? And so we chose the two women I have said. Juliet Ibrahim, she published her work, A Toast to Life, in 2019. She is a Ghanaian. She has a Lebanese father and Ghanaian Liberian mother. Juliet Ibrahim is an actress, a Ghanaian actress, a film producer, a singer, and a philanthropist. She won many awards, especially from the Ghana movie industry. She has been referred to as the most beautiful West African woman, according to the A-Listers magazine. She has been referred to as the most beautiful West African woman. She had her primary education in Lebanon and all moved on to Ivory Coast and then to Ghana. She has masters in public relations and journalism. Juliet Ibrahim, in her A Toast to Life, her autobiography, indicated that she had survived many upheavals of war across 3 countries. She had survived upheavals of wars across 3 countries. She's been torn away from the familiar people and also reported losing her memory along the line. In a toast to life, Juliet, as a child, had body esteem issues. In fact, what we call Alanta K-leg, a very beautiful lady, yet she has that body issue. And so she suffered a lot of body esteem issues. As a teenager, she was dealing with abuse in silence and making a lot of mistakes when she grew up to love age and then finding love and celebrating her life. Tracy Goin, she wrote her brutal legacy in 2018. And indeed, okay, I'll get there. Tracy Goin is a South African TV star and celebrity who co-anchored Morning Live and on Subsea 2. She is a former award-winning TV and radio news anchor. She is best remembered as founding anchor for Sub's Morning Live and also a prime time news anchor. Tracy Ngoyi is a presentation skill coach, author, speaker, and self-employed. Tracy also won many awards for her contribution to both radio and television. Aside from that, she's been recognized and awarded on many occasions. In fact, one other particular award that stands out is her award in 2001, where she received the Mother of the Nation Award in South Africa. And she's also referred to as the Mother of the Nation. In short, I just want us to say, I don't want to go on and on in their biography, but we realize that the two women have a lot in common already. In spite of their geographical and cultural differences, they have something in common. Both are celebrities, both are public figures of no mean standard. When Tracy wrote her book, it is stated in her book that South Africa, or South Africa's golden girl, the mother of the nation, is battered. And the statement I took from there is that, and the nation was shocked. And the nation was shocked. So these two people, from 2 countries, 2 cultural backgrounds, 2 African women, Juliet and Tracy, recount their gruesome violence and adversity in their child and young adulthood. These women detail their sufferings during war, their patriarchal societies, the sexual and social abuses that they experienced, and cultural repression that they underwent. We use the logical design to understand how these women construct and interpret their violence and abuses in their autobiographical writings. What did we find? We identified that these women experienced some traumatic symptoms or presented some traumatic symptoms in their text, such as depression, suicidal ideation, anxiety, nightmares, flashbacks, insomnia, eating disorders, and many, many more. We were able to tease out some themes from the text that borders on trauma, because we are making a case for trauma and violence. Some of the themes are near-death experiences, divorce, sexual abuse, and of course, we also came across survivor. Near-death experiences, we realized that both women encounter near-death experiences of harrowing, chilling, and heart-wrenching experiences in a manner that has distinct with empathetic disorder, where the reader is left helpless at their suffering. When Juliet recounts her West life experience in 3 different countries with war, she said, I have survived 3 civil wars. That her life has been a series of bitter experiences, and how she collapsed upon her reaching Ghana in 2002 when they fled from the war in Cote d'Ivoire. We also realize that Tracy Gowen equally experienced had near-death experiences where her partner battered her. In fact, one scene that stood out so much for us is when she described vividly her ordeal in the hands of her partner, pulling her by the hair on the floor. You can just imagine the agony, the torture that Tracy went through at this difficult moment. And she described that most of her experiences with her partner were almost near-death experiences. She could feel that any next minute she could die, she could be killed. And so this stood out clearly in their narrative. Another theme that we also came across is brokenness or broken beyond. Tracy and Juliet had been broken beyond measure. These women, while being tortured during war, experiencing homelessness, hunger, and deprivation, had been broken to their core. Juliet's brokenness, horrendous, harrowing, chilling, and heart-wrenching intimate relationship is very close to what Tracy experienced. Tracy narrated how her life had been broken into pieces. Juliet narrates, my life has been one hell of roller coaster ride with plenty of moments I never expected. I have cried, I have been broken, I have felt fear, I have had close shaves with death, I have been depressed. For instance, after Liberia fell into crisis in 1992, I was only 6 years then when myself with my family escaped from the country to Ivory Coast. I remember at one of the borders trying to cross, we saw some of our friends and distant relatives in a canoe, and we got into it too. The women sat while the men paddled the canoe. Fast forward. Whilst I was wondering what it would be like in Ivory Coast, the next minute people were screaming. Some people had fallen into the river, including my cousin. It was the first time I saw death face to face. My cousin drowned. So some of these narratives bring us so close to seeing how these individuals they have close shave with death. This is what we'll be looking at as secondhand trauma. They become helpless in the face of seeing their own people dying, yet they could do nothing to save them. In the case of Tracy, she saw herself being driven to an early grave, yet she was powerless before her partner. Another theme that also stood out was sexual abuse. Juliet recounted how many times she had been sexually abused, even by her own close family. She said, I was molested by my grand uncle and my cousins since I was 8 years. And this tells us, or is supported in literature, that majority of people who sexually abuse people are close relatives, are people who are in your own enclaves. And so then we will want to learn 1 or 2 lessons from this. Divorce is also something the two of them shared in terms of their adversities. Both women dealt with divorce. Their divorce cases generated huge public
Amen.
interest in their countries. And of course, this was because they were celebrities. However, there seems quite a difference in their attitude towards, we found difference in their attitude towards their divorce cases. While Tracy seemed much bolder, stronger, and damning the consequences in the public's eyes, and and wanted to have her freedom and went to court. Juliet, on the other hand, was more concerned with the perception, public opinion of her divorce cases. And she said, for me, it is a tie between a huge public divorce that I went through with my ex-husband and my breakup with another African celebrity that had too much press behind it. I am a private person. When it comes to my personal affairs, so these two moments were a bit uncomfortable for me. So we realized that even though they both had divorce, yet while one was in fact actually at the forefront of the divorce case, the other one was more concerned, and we'll look at how culture plays in all of this, how society determines to a very large extent, especially about women going out through divorce or taking divorce at the forefront. So we want to
Thank
look
you,
at
Dr.
all of these
Knight.
dynamics and the narratives. Another
Dr.
key
Knight,
theme again we identified was survival, where
can you hear me,
these
ma'am?
women show the experiences of surviving.
Dr. Knight,
They survived civil wars. They
can you hear
survived,
me?
yes, yes.
Oh, okay. The time, we are actually out of time. We're hoping that you wrap
Okay, so
up.
I'll summarize. I'll sum up
Yeah,
the
okay. Yeah.
others.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
So yeah, maybe because it's a research work, there's so much I wanted to say. Yeah. So we realize that these two women have shared a lot in common. But what I want to talk about briefly, I'll just summarize them. It's about the type of traumas that we identified in them. They also use healing techniques that I'll just mention briefly. They use forgiveness, they use reliving, they use self-love, they experience inner peace or inner healing. They also took action. Okay, and then some of the trauma identified here were the type. We look at associated trauma. We also look at PTSD, acute stress disorder, and many more. I want to just conclude by saying that autobiographical writings, we should take a second look at autobiographical writings as people at the forefront of trauma-informed care, because it is clear that the autobiographical work can help individuals to come out. When the speaker, I think the name is Kike or something, sorry about that, I didn't get the name very well. The speaker before Professor Merino spoke, talk about how people can use narratives to express their inner self, inner feelings. Autobiographical writings help in that area. And then I think when Dr. Merino also spoke, she talked about how we can use our indigenous techniques, African cultural techniques, to help in the trauma-informed care by using narrative. Again, here, autobiographical accounts are very helpful. Using narratives, using our folklore, part of our folklore and the dancing and all of that. Narratives are very key in the healing process. So basically, I want to say that as we are finding ways and means to champion the trauma-informed care in Africa, I want to suggest that we should find ways of doing preventive trauma-informed care rather than curative trauma-informed care. Thank you so much. My time has been up for so long. I'm so grateful.
Thank you so much, Dr. Knight. That was very insightful, looking at trauma from it's okay. Thank you. It was a very relevant presentation. Thank you for sharing about trauma through the eyes of women who, well, Juliet Ibrahim is somebody we all know. Thank you very much. We appreciate you for this time. Just if you have any questions for Dr. Nayat, you can just put it in the chat and she would respond shortly. Thank you, ma'am, once again. So we move on to the next speaker. We have Pastor Abi Oloyede, who will be talking about trauma and religion. We'll have a biography up before she comes up.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. Good. Thank you so very much, Dr. Nayed. Our very next speaker is Abi Oloyede. Abi Oloyede is a multifaceted individual renowned as a dynamic speaker, prophetess, pastor, entrepreneur, and mentor. Her unwavering passion for empowering people, particularly women, has led her to mentor, coach, and pastor numerous individuals, helping them to embrace their purpose and harness their God given talents from a kingdom perspective. Abby is a familiar presence on Christian media platforms such as Premier Radio, She Matters, on Revelation TV, and Women's World. She wears multiple hats as the CEO of Women's World, G Gold Incorporated, and the online jewelry store Abby.com. Notably, she's the inventor of the innovative Abby Cap, a snug fit wig cap designed specifically for women. Currently, she is serving as a pastor at City Chapel, a multicultural church in East London, alongside her husband, Dr. Jonathan Oloyede. Abby resides happily with their children in Kent. All right, please welcome with me to the African Trauma Care Symposium stage, Abby Oloyede.
Thank you so much, Binkwe. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Okay. Okay. Yes, I want to say big thanks to the Jazz team, Miss Binkwe, Miss Esther. Thank you so much for the warm introduction. And of course, our very dear own Professor Akindotu Merino for this wonderful platform. And I was listening with rapt attention at what Dr. Nate was sharing on the on violence and trauma in African women's autobiographies. And it's interesting that, every single one of us has a story to tell. Trauma affects so many people, it's quite pervasive, and so the way we respond may be different. They've taken the bull by the horns, those two ladies, to write their autobiographies, and I'm sure there's so much to learn. And and this afternoon I'm going to be looking at balancing trauma and religion. Wow, what a topic! And one of the things I would say is this, that as leaders, as religious leaders, and as people who are very religious, some of us are very active in our faith, and some are not very active in our faith. And there is a tendency, to deny the existence of problems, especially in the face of continual optimism. And so we can just assume that, because I have a faith, because I'm religious, I don't have a problem. All I need to do is worship. All I need to do is recite. All I need to do is serve. And as I do those things, I will be healed, or I can just walk by faith and just assume that everything is going to be okay. I can tell you this, that sort of attitude is both and. I must say that, of course, faith heals. Of course, service goes a long way in calming the mind. And I have a story to tell in that regard as well. Because when I first began to experience an overwhelming thought intrusion. My emotional response was anxiety, palpitations, insomnia, fear. I was all over the place. And guess what? I didn't even know what I was grappling with, because at that time, I was all by myself in a foreign land. I was in the United States studying, in a religious education center, and I kept having these thoughts, and they were driving me crazy. Not literally, but the thoughts were such that I didn't know what to do, and so I was living each day in palpitations. And so, what did I do? My service. Now I know what I was doing. I was using mindfulness, the art and the act of meditation, to calm my mind, because that is what I was taught. That's what I know. And Dr. Merino alluded to that as Africans, we need to be coming up with our remedies. And she alluded to some of the things we do, like dancing and stuff like that, and Dr. Nate as well said we need to start collecting data. So definitely this is one data amongst many that can be collected to say, yes, religion helps. And so what I did was I was meditating. I had to cram the scriptures from a Christian perspective. I crammed the scriptures, I memorized it, and I was able to bring my mind to a place of calmness. In fact, at one point, I didn't even know what I was grappling with. But what then happened was I was able to manage my mind, but I didn't have knowledge, And so with time, this is years later. And so what I did was I was using my Christian faith and mindfulness to keep calming my mind down and all of that. And I remember years later, maybe about 10 years or so of grappling with this stuff for 15 years, I was preparing to speak at a ladies' conference. And then the internet, the advent of the internet was becoming quite popular. And I remember, as I was preparing and researching my topic, I now came up with the fact that actually what I was grappling with was called thought intrusion. And wow, that knowledge completely revolutionized my life, and so I'm coming from that angle, and to say that, look, faith helps, but knowledge is like the icing on the cake. For some people, knowledge helps, and then their faith will be the icing on the cake. But for us and all while this thing was going on, all while I was grappling with my mind and being traumatized by this sudden thoughts that can just come anywhere, and I didn't, and I didn't know what I was grappling with, but I knew something was happening and going on. I found that what really, really, really helped me was knowledge, the information that, okay, this is what it's called. There's been a research. I can use CBT, I can use DBT, and I began to use those things. And I can tell you that now I actually thrive. I live free. And one of the things that's also helped me as a leader, as a religious leader, has been taking the trauma-informed care course under JAS, under the supervision of Dr. Merino. And when I did signed up for the course, it was life-changing, because one of the things that I really learned was the way the mind works. The amygdala, and how to manage my mind and stuff like that. I also learned so much in terms of what to do, using mindfulness, being able to use DBT, CBT, and things like that. And it helped me. And guess what? I stepped further. And during the pandemic, after I did my training during the pandemic, I was able to help other religious people as well, who were looking for religious leaders who had a form of understanding, certification, who would be able and could help them go through what they were going through from a religious perspective, mingled and merged with information. And so I've seen so many people have an understanding, especially those with faith, because when you are born with faith, when you have grown up in faith, when you are experienced in faith, and your mind is still happening, and you're still and you've experienced ACEs, you've experienced a form of trauma, whether it's acute or crossover or complex trauma in your life, and things are happening. You are a person of faith with a wounded soul, with a wounded emotion, or a wounded mind, or you find out that some of the experiences you had, some of your ACEs were dormant. However, when you got married, or when you began to have children, when you began to have close relationships, you started becoming triggered. So I found out that I was dealing and helping such people who had faith, but they were really alarmed at what was happening, because some of the things that they were experiencing, they were not prepared for. And so I want to say this to every religious leader, whether you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, whatever religious persuasion you're of, one of the best things we can do for those who we serve is to be able to blend our spirituality, our religion, with an understanding of what it means to care for the mind and the soul, because everybody has a mind, everybody has a soul, everybody experiences one thing or the other. And so trauma-informed care is about being patient with those around us as a result of having an understanding that trauma is pervasive. And one of the things I found out is that the younger generation are making a demand on qualifications. They're making a demand on understanding, on knowledge. They want to know that as a religious leader, not only do you have an understanding of this, of your scriptures or service, but you also can relate to the fact that there are some mental stuff that is happening, and you're able to help them come to a place of peace and inner healing as well. And one of the things I found out as well is that some of the therapies that we use actually have its root in a lot of religious observations and services. And so, I want to encourage everyone listening, and if you are a person of faith, I want you to encourage your leader to get more trauma informed. Right now, there is a national trauma in different parts of the world. Some traumas are continuous, depending on which part of the world you're in. Some are sudden. So whether we like it or not, at some point in time or the other, we're going to be called upon to stand and be the voice of hope. And wouldn't it be so lovely to be able to stand from a place of spirituality and from a place of insight and understanding? What I want to leave with every religious person or leader is that it's okay to get help for those who you're serving. And sometimes, so one of the things I do is this: as a trauma-informed practitioner, I do see clients, I see people. If I feel that what they're presenting with is such that I need a more specialist a practitioner for, I refer them on. But you find that most times, because of my own personal experience with thought intrusions and being able to deal with it, and my understanding of how trauma works and trauma care, how to care for somebody who is traumatized, what I found is that I'm able to provide a great service to those who need it. And so I want to encourage us, if you're a religious person, if you have a religious leader, be informed, be aware that trauma is all around us, and that with knowledge, we can enhance the emotional development of those around us and those who are in our care. And so whatever the personal situation and circumstances is, there is a remedy. And like Dr. Merino was saying when she was talking before Dr. Nate came on, there are certain remedies that we already use in our services. I mean, for instance, praising, worshiping, dancing, confessions, those, being part of a support network, a family group, a connect group, going to meetings, connecting. So you find that we actually have certain basic, stuff that we can use. I'm looking at somebody. This is a very, I'm liking this feedback. This is a very topical. Unfortunately, many of our faith leaders are not adequately informed, and here's they share a faulty narrative or no narrative as it pertains to mental health. One narrative is that all symptoms of mental health are a manifestation of demonic oppression. Yeah, I understand that, and which is why some people like myself, I call myself a trauma evangelist. Any opportunity I have, I always speak to my colleagues, my fellow leaders. I talk to them about trauma, and any opportunity I have, I get Dr. Merino to speak to them as well. And some of them have actually been through the trauma care. It is changing. The narrative is changing. Honestly, when we were growing up, we didn't have this support. I didn't even have that support. But now there is more awareness. A lot of people some of the spiritual leaders that I listen to sometimes, I can see that even they are beginning to be aware that there is something more than what's it called, that there is a need to balance their spirituality with knowledge. And that is why I'm so thankful for what jazz education is doing, setting itself up as an organization that will equip and will stand alongside anyone in Africa, well, all over the world, but then we're on the African platform right now, who is looking to better themselves. And doctors, everyone, please, keep encouraging. I think I used to be a school governor, and one of the trainings we did was how to be a constructive critic. You can be an outright blunt negative critic, and you can be a positive critic. A positive critic will look at this issue and present it not with animosity, but with a lot of grace, to say, hey, dear pastor, do you know, or dear leader, do you know that this mental thing, this demonic oppression, there are different names for it. It may not necessarily be a demonic one, have you looked at this? Have you looked at that? And I'm sure as we continue with this work, as Dr. Marino continues with this work, as more and more trauma evangelists sign up and go through the jazz education program, I'm sure the narrative will keep changing. And, it just takes one person. And then if Dr. Marino hadn't stepped out, I wouldn't have, known much about trauma. And just a few weeks ago, we actually did a thing around trauma with some people here in the UK who are qualified counselors, have been in it for years, but one or two of them had never heard of trauma, of the trauma care, and they really are going to sign up and do it. So we are getting there one person at a time. And so I want to encourage us, that yes, it's okay to have a faith, but the icing on the cake is also to have knowledge, about what our congregation members are going through and what we also may actually be going through. Some spiritual leaders actually teach and lead from a place of emotional wound and pain, and they may not even realize it. But if, as you're listening to me, you spot that in your religious leader, you're going to have to use a lot of wisdom to get the message across to them. And I'm sure, you may actually win somebody over. Just send them to Dr. Marino, send them to Jazz, and say, I think there's something you need to listen to, and you never know, you may have just won a whole nation over to Jazz.
Thank you so much, Ma. That was wonderful. And the comments that were coming in were very important.
I had to come up for that. Send
I
them
had
to
to
Dr.
come up with that.
Marino.
Send them to Dr. Marino.
No, send them to
No, send them to
send them to jars. We
send them
have
to
yes,
jars.
we have over 150 trauma coaches now, which is really important. Thank you so much, Abby. And I'm getting out now.
so much, Abby. And I'm getting out now.
Thank you
Yes.
so much.
So when I said that, you said them
Thank
to
you so
Dr.
much, Ma.
Marino,
That
what
was
I
very
mean was to send them to Jazz. So we need to keep the flag of Jazz flying everywhere we go. We need to keep I'm glad we have 150. As we continue, we have 1,000 and 5,000. And before we know it, an OB will be loading from the UK, and you never know, the White House may also give us an award for really contributing to mental health.
We're looking forward to that. We're looking forward to that. Thank you so much, Ma. That was a very, very wonderful session, and the comments that were coming in as well. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So we apologize to all the speakers. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience, and everyone who is watching. We're behind time, so we cannot give everyone so much time as we might have planned, but we hope that you'll be able to make good use of the time that we have. Next up, we have Dr. Joshana Johnson, who will be speaking to us about some treatments, methods for trauma. We'll have a bio come up, and then we'll bring her up stage.
All right. So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful presentation so far. Our very next speaker is our very own fond Dr. J. Dr. Joshana Avant Johnson, also known as the Sensuality Dweller, is the founder of the Intimacy Seminars and Psychological Services. She is a licensed clinical psychologist, certified clinical trauma professional, and a trauma-informed registered yoga instructor. Dr. Avant Johnson specializes in couples, sex, relationship, and trauma therapy using a culturally meaningful system-based approach that combines talk therapy, trauma-cautious yoga, and somatic techniques to help individuals and couples process their emotional wounds and rediscover their essential selves. Her focus is on enhancing relational potential by deepening intimacy and passion. With a warm and supportive approach, she encourages individuals and couples to maintain their personal integrity while nurturing their relationships. Dr. Johnson's intimacy seminars have made a significant impact on people across the United States, West Africa, and the UK, inspiring transformative change. So please welcome with me to the African Trauma Care Symposium stage, part of the Jazz Institute faculty, our very own Dr. Joshana Avant Johnson.
Good morning. Well, it's morning for me. But hello from this part of the world. And I just want to say thank you so much to JARS Education and to my sister, Dr. Marino, who have allowed me this opportunity to present today at the symposium, but more important, to really touch the lives and generations and impact families across the world when it comes to trauma. And I don't know if it was strategically planned or if for me to go after Abby, or if it was the Holy Spirit, but I'm going to take either one, because what I'm going to be talking about today is bottom up techniques. And I think it's important because sometimes I get a lot of pushback or concerns about some of the techniques that I'm going to talk about today. But I think Abby put it so well, and I really, really enjoyed her in class. And she's telling the truth. Like, we gotta marry our faith also with our knowledge so that we can do healing for sure. Um, as a trained and practicing EMDR, which is eye movement desensitization and reprocessing clinician, who also incorporates other somatic practices, and soma meaning body, I think it's important for those of us who have and or treat trauma to know the differences between bottom up and top down approach. And here's why I believe bottom up approaches is valuable, especially for trauma survivors. When we talk about top down approach, we're talking about what's focused on the parts of the brain we associate with thinking and speaking and current emotional awareness. And these are the topmost areas of the brain. And if you think about our brains in a staircase, our most primitive brains is at the bottom of the stairs, our limbic brain is in the middle, and then our cognitive is at the top of the stairs. And so and when we talk about bottom up approach, we're talking about starting therapy with the parts of the brain that's located towards the bottom of the stairs. And these are the brain stems and that are responsible for reflexes, memories, automatic survival responses. And this area is also known as in our role of learning. And so my slide right now, why bottom up? I'm going to talk a little bit about why bottom up and why I actually use it first. First is because the body reacts, then the mind thinks. And it can be hard to know you're safe when your amygdala, our smoke alarm in your brain, is blaring. And so, this part of the brain that developed earliest in our primitive brain, the brain stem, um, this part is responsible for keeping us safe. It is where our fight, our flight, our freeze exist. This part of the brain does not suddenly just turn off when it's had long-standing danger. And so after trauma, especially complex or developmental trauma, the brain gets stuck in this mode and remains prepared for danger at all times. And so the higher region, like our limbic system, responsible for attachment and emotional development, and the cortical brain, responsible for our thinking, learning, and inhibiting, do not develop as needed, and nor do they work well if the lower part of the brains that is responsible for our sensory motor functionings and survival are not functioning well. And so I like to say that it's the body, we all know that it's the body that keeps the score. And when trauma happens, it's important to understand that our prefrontal cortex is offline. And so clients may have a hard time really processing the trauma, excuse me, may have a hard time really processing the trauma when the cognitive part of the brain wasn't even at the event, it was offline. And so it's important to understand that helping clients get safe first in their bodies is key to healing trauma. And so maybe you have a client that shows up and perhaps they're using coping skills like binging, eating, smoking, self-harm, using drugs or alcohol, because they are trying to calm the nervous system. They do not feel safe in their bodies. And so when we begin to use things that help them feel safe, then we can help them process some of the memories and their experiences feeling safe and what that feels like in their bodies. The bottom up approach begins with information acquiring. So, from this body of sensations, I tell people all the time, the body has so much wisdom, and sometimes clients will show up to me and they will sit down and they don't really know what to say, and we get in contact with what is happening in their body, and so much more information comes up. And sometimes when we add, because we value cognitive thinking and being able to articulate and tell things in a linear fashion, sometimes our trauma does not appear in that way and allow us to do that. So getting in contact with our bodies help us to really tell the true story. And so the next slide. And so I think it's important, just because, just as Jars has talked about all through this time, is really this mind body approach. We know that when we have physical complications, our minds are impacted. And when we have mental complications, the experiencing issues, our bodies are impacted as well. And we can no longer work on one without working on the other. I talk to my students all the time and say, if you come in and you tell me you are having pain or a knot in your back, and we talk about it and we just talk about it, and that's all we talk about, and then we never do anything about it except for talking about it, and I see you week after week after week, and we haven't incorporated anything with the body, and then all of a sudden I say, now go and get a massage, and you get a massage and a massage that not out, and you find some relief, and you find that you're no longer depressed, and we can talk about something else. I think it's important to understand that we can talk about the knot for years and years to come, until we can do a massage. And doing bottom up work is really that emotional, mental, psychological, and spiritual massage that many of our traumatized clients and trauma survivors really, really need. And so the best thing to do is really to incorporate our body. I don't know when and why we decided to think that the mind and the body was disconnected, but God knew what he was doing when he created us, and he created us with a mind and a body connection. And we now know what that looks like as the vagus nerve. And our vagus nerve is actually what is our mind body connection. And so next slide. We want to make sure that we're helping clients feel safe. And I'm going to ask you, what are you doing to help clients feel safe in their bodies? Because safety is key to healing. And I always like to start with teaching clients things that they can use before we even start diving into the trauma, what they can use outside of my therapy office. That might be starting with breathing exercises. We know that the breath is powerful, that we didn't even have a life until God breathed his breath of life into us. And so when we do breathing exercises, it activates our parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for rest and digest, versus being in our sympathetic nervous system of fight, flight, or freeze. And for many of us, fawn. And so helping clients to understand the importance of breathing is important. It is vital. The breath is the life. Without it, we do not have life. So being able to understand what breathing feels safe for them and what that looks like, and getting them in their body, is key for their healing. I would like for you all, because I can't teach without y'all engaging, and I would like for all of you right now to get comfortable wherever you are. And I'd like for you to take in 3 cleansing breaths, inhaling slowly through your nose, exhaling slowly through your mouth, blowing as if you're blowing through a straw. Inhale through your nose, exhaling through the mouth. Inhaling through the nose, exhaling through the mouth. That simple exercise sends messages to your bodies that you are safe, and so it's important that sometimes we take things like, getting our hair done and getting our nails done and things like that, and practicing self-maintenance, but the body does not recognize that as self-care and or safe. And so we have to speak the language of the body. Just taking time to breathe and make sure that your exhalations are longer than your inhalations will activate your parasympathetic nervous system. Also, making sounds as you breathe out. Now, some of us, we don't want to do that around people because we are too embarrassed. You can be embarrassed or you can be healed. But I will tell you this, making sure that you are toning your vagus nerve, that vagus nerve that hits the base of your brain, the brain stem, and goes down the back of your throat and hits every vital organ for functioning, is important. And the way that we tone that vagus nerve, which is important for every vital functioning in your body, your heart, your spleen, your kidneys, all of those need to be functioning well for us to have healthy lives. Again, the body mind connection, getting inside of our bodies. I think for the most part, we push our bodies past our limit because we don't live in our bodies. And granted, most times living in Black bodies have not been safe. And so trauma has made us live outside of our bodies, and we end up pushing our bodies further than what we need to do. We don't go use the restroom when we need to. We don't rest when we need to. And I'm not talking about sleep and rest. I'm talking about rest, being still. We have guilt around being still, not moving, not doing something. But your body needs rest. We have more respect for our cars than we do our bodies. When our cars get on empty, we make sure we find the nearest gas station. We will not push it to the end, but we will push our bodies. And I'm going to say, stop doing that. Get in your body. Feel safe in your body. Feel what that feels like. Help clients understand how important it is to feel safe in their bodies. I also teach calm, safe space. Do you know you can go anywhere that makes you feel calm or safe just by closing your eyes and then imagining it? Did you know that your brain and body does not know the difference between reality and um imagination? So teaching clients how to go to this safe, calm space can help them regulate their anxiety, their depression that is a result of trauma, because at the root of all of it is trauma, which is why JARS Education, you are on the precipice of doing the most healing work at this most needed time. And so I teach them to imagine the most calm place and to engage in it. What do you hear? What do you smell in this calm place? And your body actually can be transformed there. Now, some people might say, what do you mean, Dr. J, that our bodies don't and minds don't know the difference between reality and imagination? Because if you've ever been watching a movie, particularly a scary movie, I don't watch a whole lot of scary movies in my age. It just don't match my nervous system. But when you're watching a scary movie and someone's chasing, dun 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 dun, how many of y'all like scary movies? Maybe. Okay, but you're watching this scary movie and then all of a sudden something jumps out and you jump too, is because your mind and your body didn't know it wasn't happening to you. So it's also important to understand what you take in. You're also exposing yourself to trauma and activating your nervous system. And so I also teach how to contain, teaching them how to picture a container and putting things in that container until we can deal with it later, and feeling it, the release in their body. We do a lot of talking about what has happened, but we also need to learn how to feel what's happened. And so because I teach clients that we help them learn how to begin to live in their body, and they can begin to hear the whispers of their body instead of waiting until their body is screaming. Okay, next slide. So a lot of somatic practices, soma, again, using the body. Sometimes when I have clients, and you can begin to use this and see how it works for you, and I tell you, it does wonders. But I have clients come in, and I just ask them to take a deep breath. Inhale, exhale. Notice any tension that you might have in your body, any pains or discomfort. I asked them, is there an image that comes to mind? And they say, I had a client say heaviness, like a big rock. And I said, where do you feel it? Here in my shoulders. Okay. And what emotion might you attach to this sensation or this image? And she said, I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I'm sad that I've been carrying this for so long. And I asked her, is there anything you'd like to say to this sensation or this image or this emotion? And the tears began to come out. And she began to talk about how this tension, this heaviness, this rock, this boulder that she had been carrying for years and years, since she was a little girl. That she didn't even realize that she was walking around in this state of waiting for something to happen. And I asked her what would happen if she lowered her arms or her shoulders and relaxed. And she was too afraid to let that go, because it had been so attached to her identity. I have to stay ready, so I don't have to get ready. And we say that a lot in our community. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready. In fact, you are teaching yourself to always be on alert. Let's teach our clients to live a softer, more relaxed life. And so we began to have her pay attention to this boulder, this tension, the way that she was holding herself. It impacted her, how she showed up in her marriage. It impacted her in how she showed up as a mother. It impacted her in how she showed up as a daughter to her parents. And there was trauma. And as we began to process it through the body, she began to feel the sensations and do the breathing, and she began to feel the tenseness lighten up. There's a lot of wisdom in our bodies. It's important for us to be able to teach our clients how to hold and release and use the body for wisdom. I do a lot of passive yoga practice like yin and restorative yoga. When we start talking about yoga, we start making religious folks really nervous, which is why I'm so glad Abby went before me. But it helps when we understand trauma. We understand that it's the immobilization that gets locked into the body. And when we practice passive yoga practice like yin or restorative yoga, it allows survivors to experience immobilization voluntarily without fear, while both the social engagement system, the prefrontal cortex, are online. Again, we're teaching them to integrate the top parts of their brain, feel safe in their body, and understand what that looks like. When you're looking at vinyasa yoga, which is a more active yoga practice, this allows survivors to experience mobilization paired with immobilization voluntarily without fear. And while both social engagement systems, both the prefrontal cortex, are online. Okay, next slide. So we want to make sure that we are helping clients to learn how to use their body in the wisdom that it is saying. So I am an EMDR practitioner, and while there are different theories on what is happening during the bilateral stimulation, where they're watching their eyes go back and forth, the most common is that bilateral stimulation mimics the processing that you do during your REM sleep, a natural mechanism that no human could have put in us, that God put in us, which meant that we had a natural way of the body healing itself. We just have to access it. So during our REM sleep, your eyes move side to side, which is believed to assist the process of information while activating both sides of the brain. And while there are different theories on what is happening during this, we do know that we have seen the desensitization of nightmares and flashbacks and anxiety and overwhelming feelings significantly decrease through EMDR. I absolutely love EMDR. I have been through EMDR myself. When I trained in it, I didn't know what was happening. I said, this is a whole bunch of hocus pocus. But when I was able to actually go through EMDR and process some of my own trauma around safety, I tell you, I am no longer triggered by it. And I want to always give this practice or healing opportunity for clients that I serve. And so I'm a big proponent on EMDR because it really helps the body and the mind fully process the past while keeping one foot in the present. Because we all know that triggers are about getting hijacked to the past, and the brain and body think it's currently happening to them. And so I highly recommend eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. I highly recommend making sure that you incorporate the body and not just talking when you're dealing with clients. Because the one thing I do love about EMDR is that they never really have to tell the story all over again to be able to process the trauma. Excuse me. And that's one of the beauties. They don't have to tell the story when they allow the body to to access the body's wisdom. And that for me is amazing, because sometimes you just don't want to tell that story again. And so is that my next slide? Is that my last slide? I just want to encourage everyone to be open to some of the things that God naturally allowed for our bodies to experience through the wisdom of our bodies, and making sure that we can take a bottom up approach and combine it with our top down approaches. I want to say thank you so much for this opportunity, and if there are any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Johnson. It's always a pleasure to have you at JARS.
Thank you.
Any questions, you can leave it in the chat and she would respond to it. She may not be able to come on here to respond to it, but she'll probably leave a response for you in the chat. Thank you so much, Dr. Johnson. You can exit the stage now. Okay, we move on to the next speaker. We'll be having Dr. Tony Sombe, and we'll have his profile up before we bring him up stage.
All right. Our very next speaker is Dr. Mustafa Tony Sombe. Dr. Sombe is a multidisciplinary professional. He is trained as a teacher, agriculturist, counseling, and clinical psychologist. He holds full membership and is an active member of the Nigerian Association of Clinical Psychologists, the Nigerian Psychological Association, and Counseling Association of Nigeria. His research focus includes perceived stress and hardiness as precursors, as predictors of psychological well-being of civil servants in Lagos, amongst other research topics he has going on. He loves brainstorming exercises, lifetime and life-wide teaching and learning, adolescent and youth developmental issues, clinical practice, family dynamics, and psychological well-being in terms of being objective and subjective. He loves reading, traveling, table tennis, and social interaction. Please welcome with me to the African Trauma Care Symposium stage, Dr. Mustafa Toyin Sombe.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I'm audible. Hello.
We can hear you, sir. Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I should like to just thank the Jazz Education team so that at least I can move quickly in double quick march into my topic, which is mental health challenges and stigma, essentially community trauma. And I'll garnish it and make it more conversational than maybe speaking from the podium. I should like to thank my previous speakers too for giving the backgrounder at various levels. So I might not be bothered by trying to define trauma elaborately. That being taken, I should like to let us know that life and things will happen. There are usually two sides to a coin or a currency, the good side or the bad side. And either way, it is a perception that will affect our capacity to interpret whatever happens. And that is why some schools of thought will say, use stumbling block as stepping stone. Or if life throws lemon at you, make lemonade. Having said all of this, Yoruba psycho-philosophers will talk about ẹni ìjà ò bá ló ń pèrè ẹ̀ lọ́kùnrin. In other words, if you are not inflicted with trauma, you might be thinking it to say, na me. Being that as it may, equally, let us understand from the statement of Professor Merino that trauma is seen as ìyà. And so Yoruba psycho-philosophers will look at tí ìyà ńlá bá gbé ni ṣánlẹ̀ kékeré á máa gorí ẹni, which Machiavelli adapting his statement that trauma inflicts one change effect, and that leaves the way open for the introduction of others. In other words, if one trauma experience is done, e.g., rape in itself is not essentially the issue. The perception that goes along with it and the various concomitant feelings or emotions, the state, the condition in which such had been experienced. Let us have an open mind to what I'm likely to take us through. And that is to let us prepare that we are here to learn certain things that might seem new or words that may be introduced to our vocabulary. And by the same token, understand by unlearning certain things that we had posited ourselves to be, and ultimately recognize the fact that learning in life is learning through life, so learning continues throughout life. My audience, ladies and gentlemen, psychology is not about ill health. It's not about poor state of human being. It is about the understanding of what an individual is in terms of thoughts, we call it cognitive processing, in terms of feelings, call it emotional, then in terms of behavior, which is going to be elicited with both the thinking, the feeling, and the behavior. To that extent, we'll look at what can it be? What is trauma? How is it starting? Let me let you know that traumatic experience can start from childhood, can start from conception. All these are dynamics. and it affects individuals at individual levels. That's why psychologists talk about individual differences and do assessment and psychodiagnosis of individual at individual levels, because individual may be having a label of psychodiagnosis that is the same, PTSD for example, but the predisposing factors, the genetic components, the thoughts, the background of individual will vary, that will now predispose such individual to so many approaches of engendering treatment. Let us take the world as a community, which indeed the world is a bigger community, and Africa is a smaller community in the world, and Nigeria is the smaller community out of the African community. So that, ladies and gentlemen, let us see that if records is showing us that in every 4 human beings around the world, there are dynamics of issues of mental health. And these are seen here and there in our various life approaches. You are walking around and somebody is just spitting on you, and before he could say Jack Robinson, he gets a slap. So the psychopathologist or the psychologist, that is high level irritability. There should have been issues of understanding, explaining, and then trying to get, is the person really conscious of the fact that he or she had done something like that or not? When we look at trauma and its effect on the community, it has, essentially, I describe it as economic trauma and human psychosocial traumatic effects. By human, we look at debilitation, we look at irritability, marital conflict, suicidality, issues of Boko Haram or communal clashes. All these are dynamics of trauma. And we need to understand that it leads to wastages of human and material resources. When you look at the economic effect on the community, is a global body. And just like I have reduced the world burden to community burden, the same way I want you to let us see 20% of world children are having challenges of trauma. And I can tell you for free that over 418 million around the world has one issue or the other that is concerning trauma. How can we break the stigma within the community? I think the community needs what we're doing, and I want us to try and see how we can bring this down to the community. Because for us to be at this stage, it seems elitist. And I want us to make it like stepping it down, translating as much information in as much as possible to local languages of wherever jazz or any trauma organization will be operating. Otherwise, we might be speaking, but we are not effective. And there is a world of difference between effective communication and efficient communication. I think the essence of jazz looking at trauma in the community is to be effective. Trauma brings a perceived nothingness. The person who is experiencing trauma is more likely to have a tendency to hopelessness, helplessness. And the community is not going to do such an individual any good when such person is labeled as somebody who has mental health issues and becomes therefore untouchable or don't go there. For us to now look at how can the community move further away from all these seemingly self-inflicted, I will call it, traps that humanity had placed on itself, because without one person thinking wrongly, the other person is not likely to be afflicted. That's why in mental health we say community, mental health is a community health. Then by extension, mental ill health or mental illness is a community illness or community ill health. And that is why we are grateful to Lagos State for keying into stepping down mental health opportunities for beneficiaries up to the local government or what they call primary health centers. This way, even those mothers or mothers to be can be given psychoeducation. Most of them, they use what they call in local parlance pelebe. Pelebe can be gotten for as much as or for as little as 100 naira. Meanwhile, you may never be able, in this economy now, you may never be able to get a plate of rice of 10 naira to satisfy even a baby. So all these are dynamics. There is need for the community to raise funds and have something similar to community health insurance scheme or community endowment funding for mental health. For anybody who is not enjoying mental health cannot enjoy any other thing effectively or efficiently. The A to Z of what we are looking at is to let us understand that when one has a loss of mental health in a community, the community itself cannot have any peace. In African community where an individual is not an individual, is a brother to somebody, is a sister to somebody, is a friend, or is a friend to somebody, is an uncle to somebody, is this and that. In other words, one man down, many men down. One woman down, homes down. So this is the way we should look at it to ensure that awareness is taken to the grassroots, to the community, rather than putting it in the air. There is need for domestication of what we're doing at community level, maybe reeling out tapes, maybe carrying mobile speakers around and getting people to get in charge. Then individuals will require to be assisted to be self-aware. We all need somebody to lean on. Psychology is for everybody. Everybody needs somebody to lean on. And I can tell you for free that the psychologist needs a psychologist. Nobody is immune. We have had at one time or the other, during the political rigmarole, there are some jestings here and there about certain persons having a record of mental illness or the other. But we know that mental illness or mental health issues borders on a thin line, and anybody can move across from sanity to insanity, from insanity to sanity, or from mental ill health to mental health, and from mental health to mental ill health. In other words, if such individuals continue to have such labeling, it's not going to do anybody any good. On top of it, no matter how much the resources, human, material, that an individual may have access to, if the individual is not having quality or good mental health, the community will be in it. You can please let me have the slide where the gentleman is standing on plenty leaders. Hello? Let's have the slide where the gentleman is standing on many ladders. No, not this. No, no, no. Yes, here. You will see on your screen a gentleman standing on top of many ladders, trying to see across the wall. Even just one ladder would have done the magic. That is the disadvantage. You can, I'm sure if you want to count the number of ladders that the man is standing on, nothing less than 20 or 50 when he requires one. You tend to wonder why people are taking community resources to go and fund elsewhere outside of their community, and yet they want to be here, they cannot enjoy it. That's why I captioned it Reps Ipsa Loquitur, which is a Latin statement for the situation speaks for itself. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the quantum of negative impact of community trauma or trauma experienced in community or mental ill health in the community cannot be said to be wholesomely discussed, but just a tip of the iceberg, an eye-opener for us to have a peep into what we are dealing with. I want to thank you for your time and attention. I'm speaking from Offa Summit University, Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sombe. Thank you so much for enlightening us about community care and why it's community trauma and why it's important for us to pay attention to it. We really appreciate you, sir. Any questions you might have for Dr. Sombe, please put it in the chat and we'll respond to it. He'll be around, I believe, to respond to your question.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Sombe. I wanted to come up and say and I just apologize for the long wait to you and those of the other speakers still waiting. We know that you've been here all morning, but that was such a powerful summation of mental health and in communities and how we're so interdependent. I want to say if you can stay on, we're going to have a panel afterward. That would be great. But thank you so much.
I will try to stay on. I'm going to refresh. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much, sir. So next up, we have Dr. Ajiboye, who will be speaking to us. We would have his profile up, and then we'll bring him up stage.
Our very next speaker Dr. Adedoto Ajiboye is a PhD holder in clinical psychology. He's a licensed clinical psychologist at Ekiti State University Teaching Hospital at Ado-Ekiti. Apart from his clinical psychology career, he obtained a master's in social development and health from Queen Margaret University, UK. Furthermore, he is an experienced counselor and has been involved in training other counselors who serve as service providers at the grassroots levels. He has authored books on drug abuse, ways out of substance addiction. On drug abuse, we have ways out of substance addiction, a self-help guide, and then overcoming substance addiction, guide for parents and educators. He operates as a mental wellness coach on Dove Television and other media outfits. More so in RCCG Junior Church at national and continental levels, he has facilitated trainings on drug abuse, basic counseling skills. He presently coordinates a mental health-focused NGO, Hope Initiatives for Mental Wellness Anti-Drug Society. In addition, he pastors in the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Please welcome with me to the African Trauma Care Symposium stage, Dr. Adedoto Ajiboye.
Thank you very much, Jazz Education Group. I've been learning since we started, and I want to sincerely appreciate Jazz Education Group for this educative program. And also Prof. Merino, thanks for this opportunity. Mrs. Bimpe and Esther, we appreciate you for what you are doing to help mental wellness in our society. I've been asked to speak on building resilience and social support. Please, hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you. If you look at what we have been discussing since morning, because maybe I missed some speakers, I've listened to a lot of people, and we need to ask ourselves, then what do we do to maintain mental wellness in our society? And that's why I see this topic as something very relevant to all of us, all stakeholders in mental health. We need to build resilience in our people. We need to also build social support networks. And if you look at the globalization stuff, in Africa's setting, as some of us will listen to what Prof delivered about Africa's setting, African trauma issue. There are some of the things that were in place before, but they are no more in place. Maybe because of globalization and all the likes. And that is impacting negatively in the life of many people. So we want to see how we can bring all this back again and work together as a team, work together as a family, work together as organizations to making sure that people around us experience mental wellness. I don't need to define trauma again, but it has been clear by different authors that it's not just the traumatic event, but your reaction after the traumatic event. Now, let me do a little bit of explanation on resilience. Since this setting is not an academic setting, I will make it plain, something we can easily remember. We've picked in this class today that trauma could be emotional wound. And that suggests to us we need to do something to undo that wound or to prevent the wound. And you will permit me to say that when you are talking about resilience, you are talking about emotional shock absorber. I want to take us back to our cars. Before the manufacturer built those cars, before you bought the car, they have put shock absorber there because they know that you may drive that car to wherever is not pleasant. So in our lifetime, as Dr. Sabejo said, we don't know what we are going to face. So all of us should put up emotional shock absorber. There will be shock in our daily lives. There may be shock, more than you expected. Some are caused by ourselves, some the society, some the family you are raised up, some the school you went to, some could be in a religious setting, some could be circumstances that you didn't even plan to experience. So since we discovered that there are some unforeseen circumstances that will happen to us, then is our responsibility of everybody, even as professionals, we should build resilience. Because if you are attending to people and you are not attending to yourself, somebody can crash. So that is why this I see this platform as a platform that everybody is a stakeholder, because When you talk about health, it's not that it belongs to some people. Everybody has to talk about his or her health, because that is your capital to making it in life. Okay? Now, another thing I would say about resilience is resilience is not absence of shock. It's not absence of fear. It's not absence of injury, but mastery of shock, mastery of fear, mastery of injury. So we should individually, because psychology is talking about you and how you respond to the society. As an individual, you should be able to master how you can, in case there are shock, in case there are stress or whatever, then you should be able to manage it. And that's why sometimes we talk about stress management. We talk about, we have learned about mindfulness and all that today. So, and another thing also we should learn about resilience is about turning setbacks to come back. You had a setback, but you can come back. There's a slogan that I believe all of us will know. It is not what you pass through that matters, but the way you respond to what you have passed through or to what you are passing through. So what you have passed through, yeah, it could be so awful, so disgusting or whatever, but your response is very important. So it shows that in adversity, we should advance despite adversity. That's another way you can coin resilience. Advance despite adversity. So when you look at all this about resilience, you can see that even though you are with therapists 24/7, but you are not ready to build these coping skills, you are not ready to, to encourage yourself to advance despite adversity, you are not ready to come back despite setbacks, then somebody may be having PTSD, as some of the speakers have spoken. Somebody may be having the chronic mental health disorder, depression, schizophrenia, bipolar affective disorder, anxiety disorder, and all the likes. Okay, so it's very important that individually we should learn. Professionals, everybody, we should learn how to build resilience in us, because there are some unforeseen circumstances that we are not aware of, and if you don't prepare for it, it can bring a lot of damage to our mental health. So I'll be able to pick a concept from this so that we'll be able to drive the point in a way. Now, Dr. Rivich explained that resilience is not a personality trait that people are born with. You are not born with resilience, you learn it. But it's a skill that everyone can learn and improve over time. So for you coming to this meeting today, African Trauma Care Symposium, then we believe that something has been dropped. I've gained something, I've learned a lot, okay? And I'm trusting God to put it into practice. So if all of us put into practice what we have learned today, we have built resilience. So it's not a personality thing. It's not that, oh, it belongs to some super people. It belongs to some major people. No, all of us can build resilience. The poor can build resilience. The rich can build resilience. The disabled can build resilience. The mentally challenged can build resilience. Even though you are not even challenged, as we have said earlier, you need to prepare for the future, so that when the shock comes, when the stressful event comes, or maybe for the soldiers, that's what we call combat stress reaction. Even though you go to the combat, to a combat, when you come back, you are still yourself, because you have built resilience. So this woman, Dr. Rivich, she said there are 6 things we can do to build resilience. And I will just go through them quickly. Number 1, self-awareness. And I think that is really, in Africa's setting, most at times, I've listened to a talk today, we talk about religiosity, mental health, and some other stuff. But most of the time, we don't pay attention to our emotional health. We pay attention to our spirituality, we pay attention to our physical health. For example, if I do a survey on this platform now, how many of you pray today? I'm sure maybe majority of us, about 80% will say they pray. How many of you watch yourself before you came to this class? I'm sure about 80% of, if not almost all. But how many of us do mental fitness, emotional assessment? Maybe when you wanted to sleep yesterday, you thought about the people you offended or things that were bothering your mind, the emotions that you bottle up, that you are not able to let out, and you slept with it yesterday. Those issues can bring about serious mental health disorder. So she's telling us that we need to, if you want to build resilience, one of the things you should do, you should get understanding about who you are. What is your emotional state? Do you have emotional intelligence? Are you emotionally intelligent? If not, build yourself. But if you don't know, if you are not aware of your emotional states, then the society can rubbish you. Because when you see a traumatic episode, because you don't even know your state emotionally, that's why some people, when they face an emotional traumatic situation, they can just be confused and all that. So there's self-regulation. Self-regulation, that is, you need to, it's not what you have passed, as I've said earlier, you need to control yourself, build the inner strength to say no where you need to say no. You must not be a yes person. When you need to say yes to some things, say yes, and consider yourself first. Sorry to bring this idea. Even God, our creator, recognize that love your neighbor as yourself, not more than yourself. So you need to consider your state and where you need to regulate yourself, please do, so that when shock of life comes, you'll be able to prevail. The mental agility, that's another way to build resilience. That is, you must have mental ability, agility. Then that is, what are those contents of your thoughts? What are those things? Are you more of negative emotions or more of positive emotions? What are those behaviors that you manifest? Then strength of character. Do you know, most of the time, some people are having maybe some mental health issue because they don't have strength of character, you know, antisocial behavior, they get involved in drug use and all that. So when a shock comes, because of that lack of strength of character, they are easily weighed down. So you can build strength of character, and a slogan says, nobody can make you inferior. Okay? It's my time, huh?
Yeah, yes, sir. You can just kindly wrap up,
okay.
sir. But you can go
Yes,
and just
I will
maybe conclude. Thank
I
you.
will
Because of
round
our
up
time.
now. So another thing she said is connection, social network. Then the last one is optimism. You must be hopeful, must be optimistic about the future. Now, social support networks. I said something before that this is fading now because of globalization. You know, people are traveling, this, that. The whole people are lonely, and when the global space, most of the time we may be interacting on the internet as we are doing today, which are good. But at the same time, you still need to feel people. You still need people to talk to you physically. You still need some social support. Okay? Now, social support system refers to a network of people, your friends, your family, and your peers. And this can help you it can help you to build emotional strength in whatever you are passing through. A successful relationship require give and take. If you want people to give you social capital, then you must be available. For example, if you are supposed to be in a particular setting and you are not there, you may not enjoy the social capital. So there should be social connectivity among ourselves. Now, there are some distractions to social support networks. There's a concept that I believe some of us will know. We call it I express emotion. This has been discovered that when there are high express emotion, critical comments, hostility, overindulgence, these three components have capability of making somebody not to get well emotionally or mentally. So when we are building social networks, all of us should put into consideration that this person that have been traumatized, am I passing critical comments? Am I overindulging this person? Maybe the person is now thinking that, am I so redundant because I've been traumatized or because I'm having a mental health challenge? Then we should not be hostile to that person. Even though the person has caused you a lot of things, even though the person has done something, maybe based on the lack of character, the traumatic experience manifested, we should see a way how to still be our brother's keeper, even in challenges. Now, to round up, there are a lot of social support networks that are around us. Practically, your alumni, when you are in secondary school, maybe secondary school would be a good one. Don't say, I'm not interested in what they are doing. Relate with such people. It's not that everything is not money. Your relationship with them is very important. Then relate with your family. Yes, you need to make ends meet. You need to get money, but play with your family. Relate with them. Share story. As Prof was saying the other time that when she was in Nigeria, the grandmother will bring a story. That story has a way of building resilience. But the social connectivity brought the resilience. So all those things that one way or the other we are abandoning is affecting our generation. It's affecting our mental health. And we need to go back to them. It's not that maybe we are retrogressing, but these are facts that we really need to harness social network so that things can go on well with us. Then you can start a support group, or you join a support group. If you know there's a group that talk like this group now, Jazz Educational Group, and it will help you to build resilience, you can participate in them. One should not be a loner, and God did not create us as loners. If you want us to be loners, you should have dropped each of us in different bushes so that we meet there. But I have a mother, I have a father, I have siblings, so that shows to you and myself that we are social human beings. So let's keep things that will not allow us to build resilience, let's keep them off. Things that will not allow social network among us, let's keep them up, like what I've mentioned. I express emotion. In my practice, I've discovered that I express emotion from the family setting do bring back our patients to the facility, and we should try to do something about it. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thanks for your time. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. It's quite important, the things you shared. Social support when building resilience. Thank you so much. That was very insightful as well. Thank you. If you have any questions for Dr. Adedrosun Ajiboye, please leave it in the chat and he would respond to you. And we still have a question and answer session briefly later, so you can also wait behind and maybe interact with him via his pages or how they can contact you, sir. You can maybe share your contact with us in the chat so they can reach out to
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for your patience and your time and such a beautiful presentation. We really appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Tolusha Francis, who is going to speak to us. We would have his bio, and then he will come up stage.
All right. Our very next speaker is Mr. Toluse Do Francis. Toluse Do Francis is a biochemistry graduate from Bowen University with an executive MBA from the Quantic School of Business and Technology, USA, who boasts over 8 years of diverse professional experience. He began his career at Jumia NG as a hub manager and later contributed significantly to the GIG Logistics e-commerce product growth. Passionate about mental health, he served as the Chief Operating Officer at Mentally Aware Nigeria Initiative Mani and holds various roles in mental health organizations worldwide. Tolushe is a renowned speaker, therapist, and author with international recognition from organizations like the BBC, WHO, Lancet Financial Times, and the Global Health Futures Commission. He is a dedicated member of the Rotary International and a PhD candidate at Charisma University. His extensive achievements include recognition by the Lagos State Government, MIPAD's 100 Under 40, and numerous awards in health and blogging. Tolushe's commitment to mental health advocacy shines through his podcast, the YouTube channel, blog, and his published books. Please welcome with me to the African Trauma Care Symposium stage, Mr. Tolushe Dove Francis.
Good afternoon from Nigeria. Great to be here. I've listened to amazing speakers today. And I think that was a beautiful one by Dr. Ajiboye. Thank you for bringing up the issue of resilience. We all need to improve our resilience. It was a note to me myself that I need to improve my resilience. All right, I have an interesting topic that's been given to me today to talk about, and it's about shaping the future of trauma care and mental wellness in Africa, the crucial role of organizations and individuals. I'm grateful that I've had opportunity to work with organizations as it relates to mental health, both locally and internationally. And one of the things that we must all come to accept is the fact that trauma does exist. There was a time that horrible bosses was trending on Twitter. And I think at that point in time, organizations realized that there was a need for them to actually do a check within the organizations in terms of company policies and how CEOs or founders were actually managing employees and what trauma really meant to them. You would agree with me that Africa is a continent that is rich in culture and diversity, and of course, we face unique challenges when it comes to mental wellness and trauma care. I mean, how do you even explain to someone that you're traumatized? They begin to look at you like you're lazy, you don't want to work, and all of that. But we can't also take away the fact that we're very resilient people. We can't take away the fact that we're also resourceful. All right. So I'll take us through a number of things that I've penned down here. We'll start with the current state of trauma care and mental wellness in Nigeria. We'll look at the challenges and the opportunities that exist. So what are the challenges? First of all, Africa has experienced a lot of adversity. Some are still experiencing some sort of adversity. There is war in Mali. South Sudan has not found peace, and a host of other countries. Recently, we heard of Niger. And so we know that right from time to time, there is war in one part of Africa or the other. If it's not coup d'etat, then you have financial crisis, inflation here and there, and all of these can actually add to the mental health challenges that people face. All right, but as we're no strangers to adversity, it has created a range of challenges that has impeded access to mental health care and mental health service and even emotional support across the continent. We're still dealing with stigmatization. I must tell you that for free. We're still doing stigmatization, whether as an organization or even within the home. All right, there remains that significant stigma associated with mental health issues, and this can actually discourage individuals from seeking help or even seeking support. We have the lack of resources as well. We have the lack of, we lack sufficient manpower who are professionals who can offer help, from psychologists to therapists, to psychiatrists, to social workers, to mental health counselors. We have the shortage of trained professionals. One of the reasons why I decided to go back to train in psychology and mental health, cognitive behavioral therapy, and a host of other things was because I looked at myself after advocating, after speaking, where do people go to? And I was like, you know what, let me contribute my own quota to this particular issue on ground. And so, I mean, you don't have to become a therapist or a psychologist or a psychiatrist. You can become a psychological first aider or a mental health first aider, you know, so that you're able to contribute your own and close up the gap in terms of resources that we have at hand. There's a cultural perception as well. I think just today, you know, I was reading something as to why people of the older generation are still struggling with the fact that mental illnesses exist, because there is this cultural perception as to if you're experiencing a form of mental illness, then there is something that you have done and the spirits are probably angry with you and they are coming for your head. So we have all of these challenges in a nutshell: stigmatization, lack of resources, cultural perception, religious perceptions, and a host of other things. And I'm glad that we had a speaker who talked about the religious undertone of trauma as a whole. Now, but let's look at the opportunities, because we must realize that it's not just about challenges that we face in Africa as a continent, but we also have opportunities that abound. One thing that I always say is when there is a challenge, it's an indication that there is an opportunity to solve a particular problem. So we have recognition. African countries are increasingly recognizing the importance of mental health. If you talk about mental health some years back, people were looking at it like, what are you saying? But today, everybody is talking about mental health on Twitter, across social media platforms. People are talking about mental health, people are talking about mental illnesses, you know, and that makes you to know that we have grown from where we were. We may not be where we should be, but we are growing. You have organizations coming up. We have international support from World Health Organization and NGOs who are actively supporting mental wellness initiatives across Africa. I remember during my time when I was serving as the African board director at the World Federation for Mental Health, we had to, you know, say that no, we're not getting funding from pharma, because we looked at the help that was coming and what was it creating, and we had to, you know, write to the World Health Organization, you know, and all of that. And just to let us know that the World Mental Health Day theme that we get every year is usually sent by the World Federation for Mental Health to the World Health Organization, and this year was the 75th anniversary of that particular day. So we are getting international support as a continent, as a country, and even as across the globe, whether you're in Africa or you're in the Americas or in Asia, the support is coming. Is it what we desire? Is it enough? Absolutely not. But I believe that it's a starting point. It's also important to say that there are grassroots efforts. People are waking up and they are putting things together in a way that it's able to solve problem at the grassroots. There is indeed.me that has put something together. There are organizations, for example, the Sunshine Wellness Series in Abuja, that are putting things together that they are going to the community level to actually interact with people in the language that they understand. I've had reasons to go into the creeks and waterside areas of Lagos, where I've had to speak to people in Yoruba on the subject of mental health and mental illness. So these opportunities are bound, and they keep coming up. We have social media platforms that is being used as well. So we need to understand that in as much as we've had challenges, we have opportunities as well. But let's look at organizations. Let's start from the local organizations. We have African non-profit organizations and community-based groups across Africa who are at the forefront of providing the much needed mental health support. Some of them have toll-free. The Sunshine Wellness Series in Abuja launched a toll-free line for people to actually call, right? And we have some who are actually focused on, you know, going to schools, some put together support groups and all of that. So organizations are coming up. Organizations are putting things together to see how they can solve issues like this. Of course, we have the international organizations like WHO as well, and there is a particular program that they've put together, which is the Mental Health Gap Action Program. We call it MHGAP. And trust me, if you get trained in MHGAP, it's a significant tool that helps you to actually create change within your company, within your community, as far as mental health is concerned. Another one that I got trained is the Problem Management Plus, which allows you to actually, look at problems within your community and to look at issues step by step until you help that person get the solution that they deserve. Of course, we also have the public-private partnerships. So you have a number of organizations who are partnering with mental health organizations just to bring the support that they need. People are, health management organizations, for example, have incorporated mental health services into their HMOs. I want to look at a few of NGOs across Africa who are doing great stuff, working with organizations. Of course, there's Mentally Aware Nigeria Initiative, where I had served before as a volunteer, before I worked as CEO. There's Basic Needs. There's Basic Needs Uganda. You have Basic Needs Uganda. You have the forgotten the name now. There's one that talks about the bench. I've forgotten the name now. You have a number of them like that, who are really at the forefront. You have strong minds in Uganda as well. In Nigeria, you have a whole lot. You have Asido Foundation, you have the Sunshine Weather Series, you have Psych Babul, you have quite a number of them. So that's to tell you that people are waking up. Now, let's look at organizations in particular. This time around, we're looking at companies where you're working. Each time I have the opportunity to talk to companies, I tell them that, look, you don't have to wait until your members of staff break down before you realize that there's a need to look at their mental health state. And that's why you have what is called the Employee Assistance Program. The goal of the Employee Assistance Program is to create a room, right, an opportunity rather, for employees in the companies to actually speak with a professional without having to come to you or tell you what the problem is. The professional understands what it is, the confidentiality clause is there, and navigates and helps them navigate through that phase in their lives. If for any reason at all they need to stay away from work for a while, they know how to communicate that to you. Organize mental health seminars and webinars, like something that we're having right now being done by JAS. Imagine your organization putting a webinar together quarterly, and you have the opportunity to bring people who are experts, who are knowledgeable, and create room, for people to learn, amongst other things. Organizations need to begin to incorporate that. When I speak with people, one tool that I use most time when I have opportunity to speak to organizations is the stress fear symptometer. And the reason is because at the bottom of stress is also the view of fear. What are you afraid of and what is stressing you out? And so this particular assessment allows them to, ask themselves critical questions, and then they score themselves. And trust me, each time I deploy this tool, I always have responses, and it gives room for us to work and to know that there is work to be done. And so companies need to wake up that, look, your productivity that you are chasing would not come to bear if your members of staff are not well. And it is not until someone is incapacitated physically before they are unwell. I like to always quote, I think it was in 2020 or 2018, where the World Economic Forum quoted that companies lost $1 billion due to mental health crisis. And so I don't know what your thoughts are. I don't know what you've been practicing, but I want you to know that it's important to understand that mental health care is a complete package. I'm going to wrap up by taking you back to what mental health really is, and then you understand that trauma cannot be sidelined. When you talk about mental health, you have 5 pillars. You have your cognitive well-being, you have your psychological well-being, you have your social well-being, you have your emotional well-being, and then you have your physical well-being. Now, what that means is for each time someone experiences a headache, there's a tendency that that person is experiencing something emotional. That person is traumatized. That person is dealing with something from the past. And so if you're not able to move your body, your mind is affected. If your mind is affected, your body can be affected. So it's a challenge to you that you understand that you owe it first to yourself as an individual to look out for yourself, and as an organization to look after your members of staff. Yeah, so it's not enough for us to have all these talks. It's not enough for you to say we'll do it. The goal is that you step out and that you do it. We have government initiatives as well. For example, in South Africa, you have the Mental Health Care Act. In Lagos, you have the Lagos Minds, which looks after the mental health section of the Lagos State Ministry of Health. And trust me, The Lagos Minds did very good work during COVID-19. They were calling people to check on them. Now imagine if we didn't have that kind of resource, how many private establishments are able to meet such number of persons to actually do that. We also need to call for investment in healthcare infrastructure. One of the reasons why people run away from going to government establishment when they have mental health issues is because there is this wait time and they really do not want to wait. But how many people can afford private organizations? Few. So we also need to look at investment in healthcare infrastructure. And I think this was one of the themes of, I think, 2019 or thereabout, World Mental Health Day, calling on government to actually invest into healthcare as a role. Now to healthcare professionals who are listening to me or watching me, we need to keep building ourselves. We need to keep training ourselves. We can't say that the training that we received years back is the same that we're using. I'll share a very funny story with you. Didn't have to do with mental health. So I think it was 2017, I was ill and I went to the hospital and I met an elderly doctor, very elderly doctor. He's old enough to be my grandfather. And he didn't ask me what my allergies were. And apparently he gave me Fancida injection and I began to have blisters on my private part. So when I went back to the hospital and a younger doctor, the moment I told her was like, oh, do you react to Fancida? I said, yes. Oh, that's what is happening. Now, for those who are doctors in the field, you know that chloroquine, Fancida, and all of that are things that you would ask your patient before you even try to give them that, because some react, especially those who react to sulfur and all of that, right? But this is someone who is used to a particular treatment pattern, treatment regimen, and then it was difficult for him. He wasn't switching to what was existing now, ACT, artemisinin combination therapy specifically. And so you realize that we cannot remain where we are. We need to continually upgrade ourselves. We need to get better. We need to know how can we address mental health challenges? How can we address trauma care? We need to look at it from the basics, the individual, the root of it all, going back to the basics, the home, the environment, the community that the person is coming from. What's the impact of that trauma on the person, and what exactly are the challenges that this person would face? Because like I said today, even the support system that you have can only do little, right? They're there for you to rant and everything, but in the end, you still have to go through whatever pain you are, and you have to learn how to drive through it, which is the resilience that Dr. Ajiboye talked about. So there is need for capacity building and training. We need more community health workers to actually do community health work. Trust me, I have a feeling that community health workers are not working in the communities as it well. I'm a proponent that if you go to a primary health center, which is the basic form of healthcare, whatever takes you there, the first question they should ask you is, how are you? Even as they take your vitals, they're asking you, how are you? Did you sleep well? Are you eating well? When was the last time you slept for 5 hours? Asking to know what exactly and where exactly your mind is, how has work been and all of that. If we're able to take mental health care to the basic primary health centers, will begin to treat care, be able to treat people from there, and you realize that will reduce the effect of trauma on people or in the lives of people, right? We also need to work on stigma reduction. And this brings me to the individuals, the individuals watching and those who will listen later or who would watch later. You have a responsibility to also reduce the stigma around mental health or mental illnesses. You have to make a resolution that when people around you are stigmatizing other persons, you can start to say, no, stop it. That I have a mental illness or that someone is mentally ill does not make the person a non-entity, does not mean the end of the world. It's like every other illness, and this person will be fine if care is given. Pay attention to your support and your networks. It's very important. We are not islands. We are not created to live in isolation. We are social beings. We want to be part of something. We want to belong to something. And so practice self-care. Eat well, sleep well, exercise, go out. Don't lock yourself indoors. Go out. Go out. I'm going to wrap up by looking at innovations in trauma care and mental wellness. You have telemedicine. I mean, one of the things that COVID helped us with was help us realize that you don't have to live where you are to actually get the help that you need. And so we need to embrace that as well. Realize that wherever you are, you just need to do the search. You don't need to live where you are to actually get the care. Especially if you live in a place like Lagos, where I stay. The distance between where your professional is and where you're going to, by the time you're done with your session, on your way home, somebody misbehaves and you've forgotten everything that your therapist or your psychiatrist told, and you're back to square one. So you can stay where you are and still receive that care that you need to receive. There are apps that exist these days. There are mental health apps. There is in Google. There is my Care Body. A whole lot of them that exist. The important thing is you make a decision that you actually want to get well. And there are success stories. People have done things and they are well, and that means that you also can be well. Let me wrap up by saying that it is very important that you owe it to yourself to look after yourself, first of all. You must build resilience. And I'll tell you why. As a person with lived experience, I've come to learn that it's very easy for you to lose your stead once something happens to you if you do not build your resilience. If you do not build yourself, right, that when things hit you, you're able to pull back and then comfort again, you would realize that any little thing will throw you off balance. And so there is no amount of care your psychiatrist, your counselor, your whatever you call them, there is no amount of care that they can give you if you as a person do not develop resilience, do not what we call thick skin, right? If you do not develop it, you'd realize that anything can throw you off balance. So I'll wrap up and I'll encourage you that you look within your community, look within your organization, ask yourself, what are we doing as an organization? What are we doing to help our members of staff? What are we doing as a community to help those within our community? What am I doing as an individual to help those around me to deal with the challenges that exist? Because you know the funny thing, trauma will never leave. As long as we're human beings and we live in this world, trauma would happen. So what are you going to do? Are you going to give up or are you going to address it? And so I charge you that you play your role and play your part in the mental wellness in Africa. Play your role, play your part. Everyone may not be a caregiver, but everyone can be an advocate and everyone can be a first aider. Thank you.
He's done.
Thank you, Tolisha. That was very, very insightful, reminding us about self-care and what we as individuals and organizations can do with the propagation of trauma care in Africa. Thank you so much. That was very insightful. If you have any questions for Tolisha, please you can leave it in the chat and he'll respond to you. We also have a question and answer session coming up, so you can also wait to get detailed answers to your questions. Thank you so much, Tolisha. You can also wait around for the panel session, the question and answer session. Thank you. So right now we have one last speaker, Dr. Amina Mohammed, and we will have a profile up before she comes up.
All right, we have come to the final speaker for today, and we saved her just for you. Our speaker right now is Dr. Amina Mohammed Baloni. Dr. Amina Mohammed Baloni is a medical practitioner who is a fellow of the West African College of Physicians. She also holds a master's degree in public health and has had over 20 years of practice, first as a clinician and then as a public health professional. Her core competencies in communication, drive for results, helped her to achieve results working with governments across various states to improve health and well-being of children and women through the capacity building and transferring technical skills such as planning, analytics, formulating strategies, and monitoring for results. Amina is a team player who leads by building consensus amongst her team, passionate about developing people. She's a good listener. She is a systems person. Amina believes that strong systems provide sustainable development and results. Please welcome with me to the African Trauma Care Symposium the former Commissioner of Health of Kaduna State, Dr. Amina Mohammed Baloni.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this symposium. Just a shout out that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and you can see my t-shirt. I've just come out of a program that is about breast cancer awareness. My topic today is addressing trauma in vulnerable populations in Nigeria, public health approach. My apologies, I wasn't able to put this in a slide because I had been traveling and wasn't able to do that. But when we're talking about trauma and mental health trauma, and we've heard a lot from all the other speakers, and I'm sorry if I'm rehashing a lot of this, but we know that traumatic experiences can have long-lasting effects on individuals and communities, and it can lead to many mental health issues and a range of physical problems, especially when you have childhood trauma. So one of the things that we must think about is that in a country like Nigeria, where we have various challenges, health, socioeconomic, we have challenges with security, we have communities displaced, we must approach this with a public health ethos. It's mostly what people do is to look at just what is the care. You have mental health challenges, which is obvious, if I may point. Then you get taken to a mental health professional or a hospital and you're treated. But there's lots and lots of mental health trauma that is gone unanswered. And so we look at some of these vulnerable populations. So we have survivors of violence, we have marginalized communities, we have also, apart from the children and women, who are normally considered also vulnerable, you have whole communities being affected, and so we must look at some of the risk factors that put this. We look at the insecurity. The famous, of course, one is Boko Haram, banditry, unknown gunmen in various parts of this country, wreaking havoc. And not only the individuals that are affected, but the community itself and the communal space is traumatized. And that way we can't be fully healthy, and we can't be productive to the best of our ability. So there's an estimated 2.4 million internally displaced people in this country, and this is from the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center figures that were bandied about in 2020. Now that we've had increased challenges, I'm sure that number would be high or higher. And attendant to that, we have displacement. And so if people are not even in their environment, so for example, a place gets flooded and the communities have to move, very often they're moved into schools or they're moved into open air. That itself is a psychological stress. You don't know whether you still have your things. Coupled with that, maybe you've also experienced a death within the community or within the family. So this is very significant. And of course, the children and the women always make up the more vulnerable of the vulnerable, if you'd like to say, you'd like to put it that way. And in those situations, women are also even at increased risk. So you're in a camp situation where you have young girls, adolescents, even younger girls, and they're mixed with adult males, and that sometimes in itself is a problem because we get many instances of abuse. So when we look at the public health approach, this is a comprehensive framework for addressing trauma. So we're looking at prevention, we're looking at surveillance, we're looking at research, development, and we want policy that will align with how do we look at people that have trauma, mental disease, mental challenges, and how do we make it within the global best practices. And trauma-informed care, for which we're talking about, is a key component, and it recognizes that trauma can affect individuals throughout their entire life. So someone that's been exposed to that kind of situation I'm talking about, and grows up to be an adult with some unresolved issues. And the stresses and strains of one of our speakers, I think I heard, said, life happens. It does. It's many things get thrown at you. And if you haven't been able to build that resilience, or you haven't been able to have that support, then surely you're going to be more prone to having such illnesses. And trauma-informed care, as we're talking about, is highlighted by the Substance Abuse and Mental Services Administration, which recognizes that this can be something that will impact lives and communities. And it talks about providing care in a culture of safety, in a culture of empowerment and of healing. So we're talking about people feel safe with the kind of support they're getting. They're empowered. We're talking about resilience. We're talking about preventive measures. We're talking about people having knowledge, just knowledge can itself about, yes, you can feel like this, or you can have these, you're okay to have these challenges, is enough to help you. And then, of course, we have to heal. And this approach emphasizes that the people that provide this care should be safe, they should be trustworthy, and there should be a lot of collaboration with both the clinicians, or shall we say the mental health professionals, and the communities and the individuals that are affected, so that you have a supportive environment for this to happen. And this is not without challenges. Of course, I've heard someone talk about the fact that in Nigeria we don't have a very clear-cut mental health pathway, and this very recently, in the last year or two, the mental health policy has just been passed, and what remains is for it to be disseminated widely and for the states actually to take it up and implement. As we know, a policy at federal level is no good if it doesn't get down to the level where it is needed, which is in the states, in the local governments, and in the communities. And what we found is that we don't have the HR, the human resources that are trained in mental health mental health support, or even experts. And what we found is that most people, most of the NGOs and organizations like JAR and other mental health advocates are taking the forefront and helping people to become aware and supporting people, training them. And the other thing is also about funding. We have funding issues with health. We all know that our funding to health in general is less than the Abuja Declaration of 15%. This is about just about less than 10%, less than 7% most of the time. And then you have added to that the cultural milieu, that people believe that mental health challenges are things that are not spoken about. There's stigma around mental health challenges, and there's myths around it. So somebody's behaving strangely. Oh, the people from the village must have gotten them, and things like that. And then the people themselves. Okay, you even suggest. Would you think that you have a mental health? Would you want to speak with someone that can help you? Maybe this is all because of stress and other things. And the person's first thing is, I reject it. It's not my portion. And that way, we don't even address it within ourselves, not to talk of putting it, getting people to actually support and help us. So these are some of the challenges that we have. And we have to look at the data. Then again, we have challenges with getting data, and look at what are the various forms of challenges that people will face. For example, gender-based violence within marriages, outside marriages, forced marriages, trafficking. All these things create physiological and physical trauma, that is something that we need to address. And looking at that, the most celebrated case, especially in vulnerable communities, is that of the Chibok schoolgirls that were kidnapped. Everybody knows about that. And even today, we haven't got up to 50% of them back. So there's trauma with the individuals that have come back, that have been rescued and are being put, you know, into a rehabilitation or trying to get back into their communities, there's stigma because people are, it was a violent episode. People, these young girls have been living with their oppressors. Some of them have children, and they're back in the community, and there's resentment. And then you also have issues in the community itself. Their collective children were taken away. So these and other issues means that we have to look at this in a very broad manner and see, using the public health approach, how do we address trauma, mental health illness, and that whole spectrum. And one of the most important things, I think, is policy and advocacy. And advocacy we're doing with things like this, the NGOs, the mental health professionals, seminars like this. And this brings up more awareness and gets people that are stakeholders that are in the policy field to be able to do what they should. So, for example, the Federal Ministry of Health, the other parastatals, the states themselves will need to pick up the gauntlet and streamline this into the health services and health systems that we have. We must have advocacy for increasing funding for health in general, but making sure that also there's a component that addresses trauma-informed care, increased awareness and development. The mental, for example, in Nigeria has developed a mental health policy and strategic plan, which I referred to, but this is recent. And this framework has excellently looked at prevention, treatment, support of individuals affected by various mental health conditions, including trauma disorders, and the roles and responsibilities for the levels of care. But with a caveat, if you have a policy at national level and it doesn't come down to the state, so we must challenge and we must advocate, and all the stakeholders involved must get the states to domesticate this and integrate it into their care. Just to give an example of Kaduna State, while I was working in the Ministry of Health, we had a pilot that was done by the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital in Kaduna by Professor Sheikh and some of his team that linked the levels of care from primary care. So they trained primary health care workers, they choose mostly, on how they should recognize mental illness and how they could counsel them and how they could actually flag them off to the next level. So then they had some training also at the secondary level, which is the first referral step. And then they had a tertiary level. The neuropsychiatric hospital served as the tertiary level, where these patients that couldn't be handled in primary care or secondary care could move on to the psychiatric hospital. And they did something that was, which helped the human resources. The consultants and the residents there had a link with each of these facilities where they could call them, and someone had talked about telemedicine and how we could use that to actually help us to get the level of care that is needed, even when we didn't have a lot of experts that would do it. So that's what they used to do. If you have a case and you're not sure about it, you call up the consultant or they call up the next level and say, we've got this and that and the other. And we hope that this will be expanded, because we started a telemedicine program that's a pilot as well, but this is one of the things that we wanted to do. So we have to look at such things to make sure that at the grassroots level, which is where most of these people present, the healthcare workers there recognize when someone has a mental health challenge and they know what to do with them. They know how to counsel them, and they know how to move them forward to the next level of care. Some of the agencies at federal level, for example, NACA, because of the intersection between HIV, gender-based violence, and the like, also had a program that was counseling and psychological support for survivors. Then there is the rehabilitation and psychosocial support, which is important. This gained a lot of traction actually around the Boko Haram victims, because there was a special program that was put on by the National Security Advisors Office, and they had people actually counseling, first even the captured people, then the communities, then community leaders, and we're helping them to see how they could do some work. And one of the organizations, the Neem Foundation, did quite a lot of work with that. And if you Google it, I'm sure you'll find it. And then we have other people, Mental Health Foundation, Mental Health Awareness Initiative. All these groups have been supporting government, and in many cases have been bearing the burden by themselves. So we have to get organized to make sure that the government at all levels leverages on the expertise that these people have, and to provide this care where it's needed. We also have to have community-based initiatives. This involves even just talking to the communities and just getting them to be aware, as someone mentioned, that people have to know that this is not someone from your village or a spirit or someone that's just doing this to you, but that the challenges that people face on a day-to-day basis can produce mental health challenges, and this is what they need to do. And this is how the community needs to talk about to them. Of course, training, and we've talked about this. We've said there are figures that go between 200 and 300 to say this is the number of psychiatrists we have in this country. I'm not sure with Japa that we don't even have less, but it cuts across. So specialist psychiatric nurses, psychologists, people that are counseling people. We don't have a lot of people. So what we need to do, and of course, mental health challenges and any other health challenges will not wait. So what we have to do as a country and as a public health approach is, what are the things, how do we leverage on the knowledge we have now to make sure that we have a broad base of people that can recognize, can give first aid mentally, and then move on to the next level where they can have organized care. Failing that, we're just going to fail those people that need the care the most. Public awareness, lots of mental health week. We know I've seen that it's been marked by a lot of people. The media, we need to get them on our side to help destigmatize these people and to help provide the information, or even just the information of where to go. And then, of course, most important, research and data collection. We must have data to understand what is happening. And we can only do that if we organize ourselves and approach it like we approach all other public health issues. Where are the issues? What is the epidemiology? What are the related factors? And what do we do? So what do we do in the future? It's crucial that we focus on the emerging trends and research in the field of trauma and public health in the Nigerian context. And I say this because with my public health experience, I think a lot of what happens is that not enough of contextualization is done. As we said, our culture across this country is different. It's the same and different in many ways, but we all have our cultural nuances and things that will work in another country where it's a monoculture, or people that are much more advanced than us, will not work unless we contextualize it. We have the risk of people turning off, and we can't afford that. Our academic institutions need to step up and do a lot more research. They should we should talk about how we build resilience, not just in individuals, but in communities collectively. And I think those are some of the things that are being tried in the Boko Haram context, or the areas surrounded by Boko Haram. But we have challenges in the north, central, and northeast, and in the southeast. So we need to start looking at, how do we address these things? How do we get ahead of the curve and put the information out there, recognize that people are challenged, and even just to talk of the socio-economic challenges that we have now. This is also a huge mental strain on many people. And it will unmask people that have been managing their mental health challenges. And we will have, a collective, a community with collective trauma that we need to address. So part of my conclusion and in wrapping up is that if we are to address the different types of mental health trauma in vulnerable populations, we need to look at the public health approach. We need it's a huge population of people just from the displaced people, and this I'm sure is the tip of the iceberg. And we need to look at getting the information to the people, identifying the vulnerable populations, and emphasize that we need trauma-informed care to address challenges and in the presented cases, and to also look at a comprehensive public health approach to mental health, and not just diseases that we think are some of the most important things. As the WHO definition for health is not just the absence of diseases, total mental, physical well-being, which is not the absence of disease. And to do that, we must also recognize that unless we support people that have public mental health trauma and approach it as a public health issue, then we may not be able to go beyond scratching the surface and just mouthing platitudes. I thank you for listening, and I hope that this has stimulated our thoughts around how we should approach vulnerable trauma in vulnerable populations, looking at it from public health point of view. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much for that session. You were so good. Dr. Marino has a few words.
Thank you so much. You waited till the end and we were able to accommodate you. So excellent work. Look, I don't know if you weren't here when I presented a paper on the African context, but what you were saying kind of just goes line with that. And I'll send that paper to you. You can take a read at it and see if we can just collaborate on another that combines both. So this is the end of it. I just wanted to say thank you to you for coming and all of our speakers. If you're still here, we want to bring you up, so stay right there. If anyone is still in the room that is still here, I'm going to try to bring you up. Dr. Mustafa, are you still here? Are you still here? Yeah.
I'm here.
Kike? Okay. Kiki, are you still here? Uh-oh, what happened to Kiki? I just brought her up. She went back down again. Okay.
I'm here.
All right, excellent. Who else waited? Tolusha is still here. Welcome.
Dr. Toyin, good to see you.
Dr. Adedotu is still here. Let's bring him up. There we see. Okay, anyone else? I don't want to miss anybody. Who's okay? All right, you are the ones left standing. Take a picture. Pose. We're going to take a picture. Take a picture. Yes, we're taking a screenshot of us. So however you want to look on that is however you want to present yourself now. So a big smile. Yes, I see people fixing themselves. All right, tell us. 1, 2, 3, go. Thank you. All right. Any last words? Look, there were some questions. Esther, are you up? Esther, why aren't you up? There was a few questions. It's been a long day, by the way. It's been a long day. We started at 12 o'clock, at least a few minutes past 12, and I'm in Lagos right now. And it's now 5:15 or something like that. So let us briefly address some of this, and then any last words, feel free to elucidate. Now, for those of you who stayed with us in the audience all over Facebook, either in-house in-house, Facebook, YouTube. We, look, you're a trooper, you're troopers. Well done. And if you've enjoyed this app as much as I've enjoyed it myself, then we have been blessed today. All right, Esther.
Okay, so there are some questions here that came during Dr. Jomale's session. It has to do with the Nigerian law and system. So I'm hoping maybe Dr. Baloni could respond to it. Yeah, so there was a question about the plans for training and national implementation of the new mental health law. And are there plans to incorporate mental health into primary and secondary school curriculum?
Well, that sounds like a Amina question. Dr. Baloni.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So I know that before the mental health policy was passed in Nigeria, Kaduna State had started working on a mental health policy because there was a mental health framework. And it's usually, these policies are usually derived from international frameworks and things like that. And we started working on this. That's to say that the mental health policy, the national mental health policy, had been in the works, I think, for years. And for some reason, it was never, fully finished. So the way it works. Sorry, I think there's an echo.
Sorry, I think there's an echo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you
Okay. So the way it works is that the policies get developed at national level. And then the states are required to domesticate or to adopt. And once that is passed at national, then any state can pick it up and work on it. So there are plans there. I'm aware that there was a meeting of when the policy was launched by the minister at that time. All the states were invited and they were given copies and they were encouraged to domesticate it. And if they needed support from the federal government, they would get that. So I think if you look at the second part of the question is, are there plans to cascade it? If you look at the primary healthcare policy in the country, there's 13 streams of care that should be given at primary healthcare level. And part of it is at least the recognition of, mental health, other chronic illnesses, to be able to do that. So what has happened is that most of that, the implementation of the primary healthcare policy has not ever been completed. So it's there, it's been existing since 2007, but the states are supposed to do that. And there hasn't been a concerted effort to do that. So states that are have a lot of consciousness around this, and you've talked about Lagos, they're doing it at primary healthcare. It happens, but then states that don't have, maybe they're too busy dealing with what they think are existential threats. Babies dying, people having malaria and things like that and dying. But there has to be from federal level a concerted effort to say, look, this is the deadline, we must do this, and this is how we oversight it. So it's a mixed bag. States can go as fast and as quick as they can, but they need support from national level, from the Federal Ministry of Health and the NGOs that work at federal level. But there also needs to be oversight to make sure that people are not dropping off the wagon because they think there are other priorities. I hope I've shed some light on this. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. That was very clear, and it just looks like we still have a ways to go. Just like any type of legislation, when it's federal, it still needs to find its way to the states, and the states adopt these things sometimes without money to actually implement. And so then we have a good law, but never a way to actually actualize it and bring it into practice. And so we have all these NGOs and or personalities who are championing this cause. And so, Toulouse, I know that you work with different organizations around mental health, and I think you also have you also work with international bodies. If you can just tell us how people can equip themselves in just being able to keep afloat, because you can do this work and it can sink you, if you don't have the resources that you need to be able to do what needs to be done. And trust me, if we're a country with a budget of 3% for our education, what do we think is going to be applied to mental health initiatives? So I'm not holding my breath on that. And so let's hear what you have to say about this.
Thank you very much, Prof. So one thing that I think I was having a conversation with one of the founders of one of the NGOs, and I said, look, we need to still do a lot of mental health education in the country. It's not enough that people feel they have a problem. We need to educate people. And that's why I have a knack for knowledge sharing. People need to know, people need to understand. And I look at NGOs and I tell them that, look, come together. You have the resources that this doesn't have. Put your resources together. You have the manpower, they don't have the manpower. You have the reach, they don't have the reach, but they have the manpower. Put your resources together. Stop working as if you're in competition with each other. I think I was still having this conversation yesterday with someone that NGOs are now working as if they're in competition, with one another. You want to show that you have done this, you have done that, and it beckons the question, what exactly is the goal? What exactly are you trying to do? Are you trying to bring help? Are you trying to show what you have? The funding is not there. Let's be very truthful. Mental health doesn't get funding from foreign organizations. If you're talking about reproductive health and all of that, yes, funding comes in. But when it comes to mental health, except organizations like United for Global Mental Health or CBM or Grand Challenges Canada, you hardly get funding for mental health. So why not put your resources together and focus on, just achieve something? So I also tell people that, look, you need to, don't read Google. Don't read Google. Read what people have written, not what somebody put on a blog somewhere that you're not even able to verify how authentic that information is. Anybody can, in these days of AI, for example, everybody can go on ChatGPT and then just copy something and then paste it on their blog. And anxiety kills. You would agree with me, anxiety kills. The moment you see the signs and you're like, hey, I'm finished. So this is what is happening to me, and all of that. So I tell people a lot that, look, you don't have to run to Google to read something. There is help everywhere. If you go on Twitter, you should know. So I tell people that of all your Twitter followers, you should have doctors that you follow. You should have doctors, not because they will offer free medical tips, but there are those who are constantly educating there. At least you can verify the authenticity. That can help you, and then you can then go ahead to reach out to people who can help. And there are also NGOs who offer what we would call first phase of care, for example. You can go to them, at least they listen to you, you're able to relieve whatever stress or whatever it is that you have before you seek help. So people need to understand that Google is not their friend when it comes to mental health crises or situations. Two, NGOs need to realize that they all need to serve one purpose, that they shouldn't be in competition with each other. They don't have to compete. Three, we also need to understand that ranting, and I tell people this, ranting is a form of care. It's not until things have gone crazy before you now start seeking help. So I preach journaling, you can just do voice note, just exhale and let those things leave you. I hope this answers the question, Prof.
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially, all are valid points, especially this fact that you're not competing with each other. It is actually a trauma response, and it's part of our colonial oppression, that we have to prove something to the world. We have to, be better than anybody else, etc., etc. We need to collaborate. This is what I love about this platform. One of the reasons we put this together is so people can come, not only share their papers they've written, but what they're doing in their own spaces, so that people can connect together. We're in this together, because one person can't do this. If you're listening to us, you cannot do this. You just kill yourself. And I even tell my students this, you cannot be a trauma-focused specialist and think that you're going to do this work by yourself. You cannot. Then you're going to have what you call vicarious trauma by the end of the time, because you're just going to be impacted adversely. So yes, thank you for that, and thank you for sharing those tips about where to call, who to call, and where to about all the other organizations doing this work. Now, Dr. Adedotun Ajiboye, you're from Ekiti State, right? Yes, for Ekiti State.
Yes, for
Yay,
Ekiti
Ekiti in
State.
the house. So what is going on in our state? You can just speak very briefly to that in this terms of look, and I've seen your okay, let me see your wait, I have an echo.
Wait, I have an echo.
All right.
All right.
I still have it. Okay, no, let me
I still have it.
okay.
Okay, no.
I have seen the mental health bill in Ekiti State, and God help us, we need a better one. All right. So what is it that, but also the good work that we've done, there's a lot of good work that is being done there. So I love the fact that we're progressive. So what do you see that is happening with NGOs down there? How are people, what kind of funding do you guys have? How are you guys, how are you guys surviving really, or thriving?
Thriving.
Thank you very
Is it me?
that we should not see ourselves as competitors, but partners in progress. We should see ourselves a kind of symbiotic relationship, so that we work together and see how we can make our society better. If all of us have this orientation, that will really go a long way to resolving mental health issue. But one thing also which I will really want to say on this platform that Ekiti is doing is bringing in mental health issue to domestic violence, relating it together, then sexual assault and all that. Ekiti is really doing a fantastic job in that line, and there are collaborative efforts. We have a standardized sexual assault referral center, which also I participate there. And we are really, sometimes when you look at the statistics, you begin to ask yourself, so this thing has been existing, because in Ekiti, we see that people go to school, they go. So you begin to ask, does this thing really go on in our community? But when the society are found now that there's a place they can go when they are sexually abused, and that is making a lot of people to come up, and they'll be given justice, and they'll be even offer professional services, the psychiatry, the psychologists, clinical psychologists, gynecologists, and that's another thing that I can say that really Ekiti State is doing to help undo the issue of trauma in our society. But at the same time, Prof, as you know, there's a bill on ground. The last time we had a walk through the town of Ado Ekiti, we went to the House of Assembly, and the speaker then gave us his word, but I think we still need to harness together so that we can look at this bill, because the instruction he gave to us that day is that we should put us together and see how we can really put some changes in such a way that it will be relevant to our society and everybody will benefit from the bill. But for us to have a bill, I think that's a good step, but we can make it better.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. And so that's a work in progress. We have already formed the group to start looking at that. But then I think we also have the national bill that is now there, that wasn't there when we had that first meeting with the legislation, right? I think that one just, when did the Dr. Baloney, when did the national bill become, when
I
was
think
it passed?
it was last year,
Okay.
2021 or something. It was finished 2021. I think it was launched in 2022, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So yeah.
It was
So we'll take a look at it.
2022. Very correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. And just to say that, I listened to the last two gentlemen, and it's correct. The NGOs are really, and probably it's to do with funding, because they compete for funding. So they're trying to to say that I did this, and this is attributable to me. So what it requires is actually the states, or the people they're providing these services for, the states or the federal, to insist that there must be collaboration, and insist if we don't have a plan, people will come with their plan, and they will implement it. So we must insist that this is ours, this is our context, and this is what we want you to do. And I'm sure most people that have worked with NGOs know that they will do it, if you insist.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. There was in the United States years ago, when this whole collaboration thing started. It is now that you cannot even apply for a grant that's just singularly you. You have to, in that grant, you have to write who you're collaborating with. So it's not a me grant anymore. So collaboration has been actually weaved into the funding of this mental health NGOs. So it would be, okay, this is the funding, this is what we're doing, but you need to list the other people who are going to be a part of it. So I agree with what Dr. Bologna has just said. Very good. Thank you. And Dr. Mustafa Sambe, you're in Abeokuta, right? Ofa. Isn't Ofa in Abeokuta? Oh, okay.
I
Then
was
I'm wrong.
in Psychiatric Hospital Yaba,
No,
but I
Doctor.
am now in Ofa, the North Central Nigeria. Summit University,
Okay.
precisely. Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about what is going on with you in the well, you are part of the what's the organization, the Psychologists Association. What is it called in Nigeria?
Okay,
I'm sorry,
the
it's late.
Nigerian Association of Clinical Psychologists and Nigerian
Clinical
Psychological
psychologists.
Association. Yeah.
Okay, absolutely. So what is, can you just share, if you're able to articulate this, what is, and I know you are, what are some ways in which the association itself is championing these things that we've been talking about: access to funding, cooperating with each other, et cetera, et cetera?
Thank you very much. I'm sure Dr. Belloni will know that recently, August precisely this year, Counseling Association was in Kano for its international conference, and issues of domestic violence and community development were issues of concern. And Dr. Ajiboye should be getting ready to host Nigerian Association of Clinical Psychologists. I'm sure you are aware that the conference is taking place in your state. And Counseling Association of Nigeria in Lagos chapter, we call it, will be having its own conference and workshop for inductees by this time next week. So these are the dynamics, and I am pleased to let you know that Dr. Ajomale will attest to the fact that the Department of Psychology, Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Yaba, and Lagos chapter of Counseling Association and Lagos chapter of Nigerian Association of Clinical Psychologists have been enormously and neck deep involved in the success stories of the mental health desk of Lagos State Government. And I am pleased to let you know that I am part of it. I thank you.
Yes. Well done. Honestly, it's not because I mean, Lagos State is really doing a great job in this mental health field, and I want other states to emulate them. And people are trying. Kaduna State, all of you, all the.
Sorry, Prof. I'm sure I don't need to announce that I am part of networking between you and Dr. Ajomale.
Ajomale, you were the one that introduced us now. This is what I'm talking about, collaboration. You were the one that introduced us. Dr. Sambe came to our initial Lagos State, what is it called? Community Mental Health in Lagos State. And he was like, why isn't Ajamale here? Why haven't you invited us? I said, I don't even know these people. He said, okay, here's his number. Tell him that I was the one you got his number from. This is how the connection started. And this is how we make connections. You know, this is what this is. A lot of you that are here is because somebody connected us. You know, Amina and I, we went to secondary school together. You know, Kiki Eloma and I went to secondary school together. We've known each other for years. So this is how this comes. Dr. Ajiboye, we met at our first Ekiti, we call it the Ekiti Trauma Walk. We literally went to the went to the state legislation, and they actually gave us audience. So this has been very good. Tolushe, I just saw him online, and I said, hey, can we get this guy? And they said, oh, we will try to reach out to him. I mean, that was about 2 or 3 years ago. This is how this connection started. And so this is what we want to say. No one is an island. Together, we do this better and faster. And our continent can be healed. Our countries can be healed. And I want to thank everyone for, I know we have all questions, but we have to end this at some point. And right now it's 5:37, and I think we have come to an end of this. I want to thank Esther. Esther has been the one that has been coordinating everything for us and helping us. She'll say, you can see I'm saying, Dr. Marino, it's time, cut. And I'm like, they still have more to say. So she was trying to keep me on task and on track. Thank you so much. Thank you for being patient.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being patient. Currently probably overwhelmed.
Okay. And you know, and Busayo and all of my team, you know yourself.
And all of my team, you know yourself.
Echo. All right. And all the okay, Dr. If you are Dr. Ajibio, can you mute please for us? Okay, excellent. So all of our team, JARS teams, Olawale, Olayemi, all of you guys know yourself. Thank you for all the work you've done, and for all the collaborators in every spaces that have actually helped us. Kike, you know, we didn't get to allow you to say something, so please say one final thing before we go. Final words for you. You get the last word.
Well, I'm not even, well, because I know you actually asked me the questions after I spoke. So that has given me joy. True. But one thing I would like to say to my colleagues on online here is that please do more to educate parents, you know, on, you know, the need to support their children who have been, you know, sexually abused, who are going through childhood trauma. That's my heart. We want to see more work in that area. And as I said, that is what Rafa Nurturing Academy is all about. We're doing a fantastic job here in the UK, and we're collaborating, as you said. You know, we've got partners, and we also have people from Nigeria who attend our courses as well. So we want to see more work done, and I hope to be in Nigeria soon. And maybe I'll be meeting with
come and join us. Come and join us. Come over.
Yes,
we're doing great and beautiful things here. This is our home now.
All right. It's so nice to see you, Dr. Amina. We've not seen in years. Nice to see you.
Lovely to see you, Kike. Lovely to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
All right. So praise God. Thank you. All right. That's it. From us, from JARS Institute, to the rest of you, all our colleagues, and to the audience, and to all of the participants and the speakers, we wish you wellness, we wish you peace, and we wish you extraordinary joy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stay right there until we end, please.
Thank you.
And